things that are happening in the world of investing that you might want to know about. Let me tell you all, a lot of people are celebrating right now because Bitcoin just hit another record high. This is a big deal. Bitcoin hit $106,000. So this is a great day for those of you that have been consistent with your investing in Bitcoin. A lot of money has been made. A lot of money is going to be made. If you want to know my opinion about investing in Bitcoin, I think that there's a long way to go. There's probably going to be another crash, but I anticipate Bitcoin is going to continue to rise. And so today, Bitcoin, it hit 104,000. That was a big deal. But then it hit 106,000. And so it just keeps going up and up and up. And nobody really knows exactly when this is going to stop. It's been kind of crazy. Right now, it's at $105,524.40. And what I'll do is tell you all a little bit about my perspective on what's happening right now. I kind of think you're in a period of pretty irrational exuberance right now in terms of the market just sort of being a little bit crazy. I think prices have gotten a little bit overvalued. They've been pushed up a little bit too much. There is what is called a risk-on environment. Risk-on environment means everybody's taking chances. Everybody's pumping money into this economy because you have this psychological phenomenon in investing called basically FOMO. That's really what it is. And so people just have this fear of missing out. They follow bandwagons. And so right now you're seeing Bitcoin benefiting from the bandwagon. So I congratulate all of you who have been investing consistently because this is your reward, right? Remember all those people that made fun of us because we were talking about investing in Bitcoin? You know, I had people, Dr. Boyce don't know what he's talking about. He think he's supposed to have a PhD. He ain't got no real he ain't no real doctor. He don't know it. He told everybody that he was going to buy Bitcoin and look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin ain't going nowhere. And it's nonsense. It's done, right? I mean, it's investing requires patience. A lot of people don't have patience. Now, let me ask you all this. Give me a quick yes. Let me know if you can hear me. Mike Ferris says he cannot hear me. Give me a quick yes to let me know if my audio is coming through okay. I'm pointing at my ears, asking you if you can give me a yes or no, if you can hear me, because now I'm a little bit worried. I'm going to check my audio to make sure I'm coming through all right. Also, I'm going to let you all know that I am, this podcast is also on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you'll see Dr. Boyce Daily, and also you'll see the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Those are two podcasts I have on Spotify. So feel free to hop in and take a look up my name, and you'll find everything there. I also should mention that Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is now available on Spotify. So if you love Dr. Anderson and you want to get the audio book, which a lot of you have been asking for several years, you can go to Spotify now and find Powernomics, and maybe it's a good gift for yourself or for others for Christmas. All right, so all right, wow, look at that. Okay, so Max says he's been investing $25 per month, and you now have $25,000. Good for you, Max, man. I love that, brother. I think that's really great. And this is what this really shows you how investing is supposed to work. One of the things that you all need to never ever listen to people who make you think that investing is a casino, or that you're supposed to have these these quick flips, or that you can evaluate the quality of an investment in 3 weeks, 3 months. Sometimes you can't even evaluate the quality of an investment in 3 years. And the other thing about investing that you have to understand is that sometimes you're going to get it wrong. You know, it's like dating. I mean, just because you're dating doesn't mean you're going to always pick the right person, but you have to date in order to even have a probability of picking the right person. Do you understand? So the fact that you dated a scrub, or you dated somebody that wasn't good for you, that doesn't mean you should never date again. And people do that with investing. You know, they don't go on dates with money. So with dating, that's how we reproduce. So you don't reproduce your money, because the only way to reproduce your money is through investing. That's the only way your money becomes fertile. Your money will not become fertile if you don't invest. If you try to save your way to wealth, you will never have wealth. If you try to work your way to wealth, 99% of the time you will not have wealth. So in order for you to make your money fertile, you got to go on some dates with some dollar bills. You got to go out here and invest a little bit, make some calculated risks. Don't get hung up on your mistakes. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. I make them all the time. And so one of the great challenges of helping everyone understand why investing is so important. Remember, I'm a scientist. I'm a researcher on this stuff. Is that you every indicator pretty much says that if you don't invest in America, you will not get ahead financially. So I consider Bitcoin to be a great part of the portfolio. This is not investing advice, but I also will warn you about putting too much of your portfolio on Bitcoin. Sometimes if something's doing really well, we get carried away and we want to just dump it all in there. We want to double down and triple down. And that's another great way to lose everything, because Bitcoin's probably going to have another crash. It's probably going to crash. Because what Bitcoin tends to do is it plays with you, right? It started off as pretty much nothing, then it went to like $100, and people are like, oh my God, Bitcoin's $100. It can only go down from here. Like go look at the headlines, and then then it crashed. See, I told you Bitcoin was garbage. It crashes from $100 to $10. Not sorry, not 10, yeah, to $10 or whatever. And people are like, oh, see, I told you it was a fad. Then it comes back. It wakes back up like the sleeping dragon, and then it goes up to maybe 500, and people are like, oh my God, Bitcoin's at $500. It can never be higher than this. Oh Lord, that's crazy. I wish I'd bought it when it was cheap. I missed out. And then it collapses again. Right? And people are like, see, I told you it was a fad. I told you you were stupid for buying the Bitcoin. And that's what Bitcoin does. But if you notice, if you look at the long-term trend of Bitcoin, what you'll notice is that every crash, it would kind of crash at a higher level than before. Like the new crash was the old high. Let me see if I can show this graphically. I didn't plan to put the graph up, but I might as well, because I think this is a great learning point. I mean, holy cow! If you missed this, I know you're mad. I know you're mad. But the thing is that don't spend time being mad. You need to be glad. Instead of being mad, be glad that you live in 2024 instead of figuring this out in 2034. Because I can almost guarantee you, in my opinion, I don't see any reason why the people in 2034 are looking back at you with time binoculars. They're looking back, they're watching this video, and they're saying, oh my God, if I could only go back to 2024, back when Bitcoin was only $100,000. That's what they're doing. They're looking at us through, hey, y'all, I want to say hi to all the people from the future, because all the people in the future in 2034 and 2044, some of them are watching this video now, and they're saying, God, I wish I could go back to 2024 and buy Bitcoin when it was 100,000. It's perspective, financial consciousness. That's what we discuss every morning. So what I really want you to do is get over yourself, stop feeling bad, stop getting mad, stop dwelling on your mistakes, and get in the damn game. This is not investing advice. This is not me telling you what to do. This is me telling you what I'm going to do. I've been accelerating my investments in crypto ever since I saw this move occurring, because every single thing that I see indicates a bull market for Bitcoin, but also things like Ethereum and Solana and Stellar Lumens and all these other cryptos are firing up. And in fact, if you want a list of my favorite cryptos, all you got to do is text the word crypto on your phone to the phone number 87948. So text crypto to 87948, and I'll send you a list of my favorite cryptos. And so let me share the screen here. DWI says, don't buy Bitcoin at these levels. I'm not going to say I disagree with you or agree with you or that you're wrong. You could be right. You could be right. But I can also tell you, man, that when Bitcoin was at 70,000, there were people who said, don't buy it at these levels. So just be mindful that risk means that the thing that you thought was going to come down could keep going up on you, and you could miss the opportunity. So let's step in here. Let's look at this. Okay, so here's what I was talking about with Bitcoin. Now, if you're on Instagram, you can't see the link. So just I'm doing this on YouTube. I'll describe it for you. All right, so here you go back to we can only go back to 2016. I wish we could go back all the way to like 2013 or 2012, because that's when it's really interesting too. But 2016, a lot of you remember 2016. It wasn't that long ago. Bitcoin was priced at about $453. Now, I want you to give me a yes or no. How many of you can think of several times where you probably spent $453 and didn't have nothing to show for it? Give me a yes if you're kicking yourself because you probably bought stuff. Maybe you went on a trip and spent $2,000. Maybe you bought 2 pairs of Jordans, or maybe you bought a new iPhone. That's a good one. An iPhone, they cost you at least $500, and you don't even have the phone anymore. Give me a yes if you kind of kick yourself when you think about this, right? So here, Bitcoin's $453.99. Now, what I want you to kind of understand that's really crazy is that back then, at that time, this was seen as outrageous. This was kind of seen like, holy crap, this is out of control. Bitcoin's got to go down from here. Lord Jesus, 453. That's Lord, that's crazy. That's bananas, right? And so there were people who said either I like this and I believe in this, so I'm going to keep on buying. These are the hodlers. These are all those little geeky nerds, ladies, the ones that y'all turned them down because they studied too much and they weren't 6 feet tall. This is when these geeky little nerds, these hodlers, God bless them, because they're holding up the infrastructure of Bitcoin. The hodlers were acquiring Bitcoin en masse. I knew people at this time in 2016 who were buying $50,000 worth of Bitcoin, who were literally buying 1,000 Bitcoins at this time. 1,000 Bitcoins right now is $100 million. Am I getting the math right? Because it sounds crazy coming out of my damn mouth. 1,000 Bitcoin at 106,000 is $100 million. I knew people back then that had 1,000 Bitcoins. 1,000. So you better start dating the nerds because those are the ones that are going to be able to feed your babies. Okay, so let's keep going. So here, you see, so Bitcoin's moving, right? May 6th, 2016, it's making all kinds of headlines each day because it's hitting a new high, 700, 900. Oh, is it going to ever hit 1,000? Oh my God, Bitcoin hit 1,000. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is amazing, right? This is May 10th, 2017. It's $1,201.86. At this point, there were vibrant millions of conversations about Bitcoin. What is the future of Bitcoin? Is it going to keep going up or is it going to crash? It's got to crash because it can't possibly go higher than $1,000 because Bitcoin is pretty much worthless. It's a worthless currency. That's an argument people have made. Smart people, Warren Buffett and others, were saying Bitcoin is garbage. I wouldn't sell Bitcoin to my dog. I think Warren Buffett said that I wouldn't want to buy all the Bitcoin on earth for $25 or something crazy like that. So even the experts got this wrong. So here you see it's going up, up, up. Now it's really going berserk. Now the frenzy takes over. This is where you had a massive market occurring with crypto. People getting really excited about it because it goes up to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, and then people are like, "Oh my God, could it ever hit 10,000?" It hits 10,000. That was insane. I remember that. I remember 2017 when Bitcoin was at 10,000, and that was when I said, I think. But when I done all my research on it, I said I think Bitcoin has a bright future. I think that Bitcoin could actually keep going up from here because all of the trading dynamics tell me that this asset is going to increase in value, even though I can't fully explain exactly why that should happen. Right? It's like we decided that Bitcoin was going to have value. The things you decide have value are going to have value. Like there's a time when you decided that Diddy was an important black man. You thought that Diddy was one of the most important black men in America, and that was pretty much what we just decided. Now we've decided that he's whatever he is, a predator or something, or whatever he is, right? A dancing guy that holds these crazy parties where people walk out with their butts hurting, right? So whatever he is, right? But there was a time when we decided he was something different, and because we decided he was something different, that's what he was. Right. That's how he's on the cover of Forbes magazine. That's how he's seen as one of the biggest, most important leaders in the black community. That's why he's sitting next to Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Al Sharpton, and he's the leader of the Vote or Die campaign. Right. So really, value is something that is hard to tackle sometimes. Asset valuation, that's something I specialize in my doctoral program. Asset pricing, asset valuation is an inexact science. There's a lot of nuance there. Sometimes it's as much art as it is mathematics. And this is what's going on with Bitcoin. So here, the hodlers are just holding it down. Like so effectively, the hodlers, the fact that you have people out here that own their Bitcoin who will never, ever, 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 ever sell is one of the things that keeps its value strong. That's why Bitcoin has been able to have resilience even when everything around it was trying to take it down, when the government was doing all that it could to destroy Bitcoin. So you see here, Bitcoin almost hit 20,000, and then you had a crash. And this is where the I told you so's come in. These are the Negro naysayers. The Negro naysayers are the people who have a problem with every solution. These are the ones who think that teaching, investing, and talking about wealth is stupid because they think black people can't have any wealth. So the Negro naysayers were attacking me. They were saying things like, Dr. Boyce, he don't know what he's talking about. He was telling black people to buy Bitcoin. I don't tell you to do anything. I don't give investing advice. But he was telling black people about it. Look at where Bitcoin's going. Look, so it goes down from 19,000 down to 14, 12, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh my God, this thing's going to go to zero. It's down to 37, 35, 3,400, right? So Bitcoin didn't just crash. It went on a long, steady, painful decline. And here's the thing. This is a great lesson on investing because if you are a short-sighted person, if you don't have perspective, if you don't have patience as an investor, if you don't know who the hell you are and what you're committed to, you probably would have given up around here. You would have just said, oh my God, if I keep buying, because there are people who said, oh, I'm gonna buy the dip. Bitcoin's down to 17,000. I'm gonna buy some Bitcoin. And then you buy it to 17, 14, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And I can tell you that the hodlers were still buying. That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. They just believed in this thing. And the thing about it that's interesting to me is that the hodlers have more courage than I do. Because I'm not in the hodl category, but I respect these individuals because they were ready to go down with the ship. That's why they deserve to have $100 million in the bank. That's why they deserve to be billionaires or whatever they are right now. You got a lot of 28, 29-year-old crypto billionaires now that were buying Bitcoin consistently since it first came out. And these people are sitting on more money than most people will make in 20 lifetimes. And I think that that's amazing. I think that they deserve it because believe me, they did a lot of things nobody else would do. And the reality of investing and wealth building is that if you're not willing to do things other people won't do, then you'll never get to live a reality that other people can't have. But if you're willing to do things others won't do, then you'll get to live like they'll never live. So I would encourage you to just take this as a lesson. And in fact, I really think because Bitcoin's so fascinating, I want to keep looking at this chart because I think that there's still a lot to really discuss here. So if you look here, you see it went way down, toward 2019, and the thing was, it didn't like sort of turn around in a week or two. It stayed down for years. And this is when I think the regulators were just beating up on crypto. I don't feel that the Biden administration was very supportive of crypto. It was kind of unfortunate. I think that they could have done a little bit more. The SEC, Gary Gensler, was very much against crypto, in my opinion. The Sam Bankman-Fried situation really didn't help with the failure of FTX. But despite all this, you still saw a rise in crypto. So you can't put it all on the Biden administration because during that time, you see that it did start to rise again. If you're willing to wait a year or two, maybe buy it and just sit on it, set it and forget it, then now Bitcoin's hitting new record highs, right? And it's going up to 55,000. Then another crash, do. But what I want you to notice about this second crash is that in this second crash, the bottom of the crash was higher than the highs from previous generations of Bitcoin. So here you have a low, then you go to a high, and then you have a low, and then you go to a new high. And then the low after that new high is higher than any other high that happened before this particular regime. So the price in 2021 dropped from what 55,000 down to 33,000 or 34, whatever. But 34,000 would have been a dream and a fantasy back in 2017 when the high was 19,000. So we were going crazy when we hit 19,000 and thought it couldn't go higher. But here we're depressed because we're down to 33,000. So do you understand? Do you see what I'm trying to show you in terms of what relative pricing is? That's a financial concept. There's a concept called relative pricing, which says that we compare numbers to other numbers that we think relate to the numbers that we're comparing it to. Meaning that if I say that a loaf of bread is $1.50 and the price just went up to $1.90, that might affect you more than if I had, say, a car that was 20,000 and I was to drop the price to by $400 or $500 or something, right? Because you compare things, right? So basically, when Bitcoin gets to this point, because you're comparing it to the previous high of 58,000, it looks terrible. It looks like a dog. It looks like a loser. But if you can look at it with perspective, you'll notice that this low is higher than any of the previous highs before, say, 2020. So Bitcoin was actually doing well when it appeared to be doing badly. Instead of asking the question, why did Bitcoin drop from 59 down to 33? The better question would be, how in the hell did Bitcoin get all the way up to 33 when it used to be down to 2,300? So you see here, so then you get another high at 61, then it starts dropping again. Then you get another low at 16, right? This was your chance, right? If you believed in crypto, this was your chance. And now you've been riding these highs all throughout the year. So the only thing that you could reasonably predict based on this pattern would be another crash. There's absolutely positively, without a doubt, going to be another crash in Bitcoin. The reason that I am not going to wait for the crash to happen is because there's nothing that's guaranteed when it comes to investing. There's absolutely nothing that allows you to know for sure that the crash is going to occur and when. And what often happens is when people sit back and they wait for something to go down in price and they do nothing, they sit on the sideline, is that you sit there and you watch that damn thing go from 106,000 up to 180,000. And then you're waiting, and then you buy in at 170 because now you're happy because everything went down in price. But in the meantime, you haven't factored in the fact that this very same asset that you think is on sale is 50% more costly than it was when you decided to sit on the sideline. So a better approach is dollar cost averaging. That's where I approach things with it from an agnostic perspective. I don't know if 106,000 is a high or if 106,000 is a low. The only people that know these things are people that live in the future. I don't live in the future. I've never lived in that neighborhood before. I can only live in the present and I can only see the past. So based on what I see, I have to understand enough to know that I don't understand anything. So my view is that because I believe Bitcoin has a bright future, because I believe that Bitcoin has an upward trend, because I believe the dynamics are supportive of the price of Bitcoin, then what I do is I'm buying a little bit Bitcoin every week, buying a little bit every week, just buying a little bit every week. I don't care about the price. I'm just getting in the game, buying a little bit every. I mean, even if the price goes down, what the hell are you gonna do with your money anyway if you don't invest it? Think about this. Process this. A lot of y'all have never invested before. You've invested very little. What did you do with that money? You spent it? Give me a yes or no. Do you understand when I tell you that spending money is not a good investment at all? Do you know that when you spend money, your return on investment is negative 100%? Do we understand that? If I take that money, I say, no, I don't want to buy a stock because if I spend this $200 on stock, it might drop in price from 200 to 160 and then I'll lose money. But what are you gonna do? Take it and go to Applebee's? You gonna buy a pair of Jordans with it? What do you think your Jordan's gonna be worth to you in 5 years? At least with your stock, at least you have something to show for it. I guarantee. Let me just say this. Let me say it like this. Let's say you are a terrible investor. It's hard to be a terrible investor, by the way. You have to work really hard to be bad at this. I told you, Burton Malkiel in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, showed monkeys how to invest, right? And literally the monkeys made more money than people who didn't invest because monkeys didn't overthink it. That was the secret sauce. So even if you were a bad investor and you lost, let's say you lost 30% on every investment that you ever made of the last 10 or 15 years, but you consistently put, I don't know, $400 a month toward a stock portfolio, and you did that religiously every month for 20 years. Do you understand that you would still have more money than most people because most people take that $400 a month and flush it down the toilet? I mean, think about this. At least you would have 70% of your money to show for it. Imagine if somebody went back in time and said, we went back and we looked at your car notes that you've been paying for 20 years, and we realized you were being overcharged by 50%. So we're going to give you back 50% of all the money you've spent on car payments for the last 20 years. How many of you would suddenly have more money in your bank account than you have right now? How many of you would see that as a massive bump in your bank account? If you got a 50% refund on every car payment you've made since 2004. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, even if you're a bad investor, at least you're saving something. The problem for most Americans, and the reason most Americans are broke right now, the reason most Americans are not ready for retirement is because nobody ever taught them to save a little, invest a little, and be consistent. You pay bills for everybody else but yourself. You pay annuities to everybody else but yourself. You pay the car note on time. You pay the rent on time. You pay the cell phone bill on time. Well, what about the bill for your future? Just like the car dealer's business has to be funded and the cell phone company has to be funded, your life is going to have to be funded. Your life is going to, do you understand? Do y'all understand me when I tell you that we are in the middle of the greatest retirement crisis that we've ever seen in this country? Do y'all know that? At least in 100 years, since before the New Deal. Y'all do know that we're in the middle of the greatest retirement crisis in any of your lifetimes. Why is that? Well, because most people are not investing at all. So what I would say to you is, whatever you're doing, you got to do something. I'm not saying Bitcoin's the answer, and this is not investing advice. I've never told you to buy Bitcoin. I've only told you what I'm doing. And I do own thousands of dollars worth of Bitcoin, but I own thousands of dollars worth of other cryptos as well. Some people think Bitcoin is a scam, but guess what? A lot of big player investors from BlackRock on down are putting money in this game. And the more money they put into this space, the more it is projected that the price will go up. Bitcoin is different from typical currency for one major reason. There are other reasons, but one big reason separates it is that you can't inflate it. It's programmed, at least right now, that only 21 million Bitcoin will ever exist anywhere at all times. So they can't do what they do with the Federal Reserve. They can't go and just print a bunch of money. So the U.S. government loves to print money, which causes inflation. They did this during the pandemic, and now the price of everything is going up because they've got more dollar bills circulating in the economy. And inflation is a theft from the poor to the rich. Think about this. The price of everything's going up, but your wages are not going up. People's pay isn't going up, and minimum wage isn't going up, but the price of everything's going up. Huh? What the hell, man? The people that are benefiting from inflation are people that own assets. I'm one of those people. I own a lot of stock. I own some real estate, and I own some businesses. All those things go up in value when inflation happens. So rich people like me and like some of you that are in this room benefit with inflation. But remember, stop thinking that because you're not rich that you can't be in a wealthy position. I was born in the project, so don't tell me about poverty. I know what it's like to flick a roach off your sandwich and keep on eating. I hate it when people think that because I'm a professor and because I got money that I've always been rich. That's goofy. That's stupid. Stop thinking that way. No, I decided I did want to be broke for the rest of my life because I had a baby when I was 18 and I didn't have anywhere to live and I had to hustle and find a way to survive. So anybody who's telling you that because you're poor, you got to stay that way is full of crap. They are not your friend. They are a liar that's trying to control you. So what I'm saying to you is that if you do things that wealthy people are doing, then you will eventually become one of them in terms of wealth. You don't have to be like them in terms of attitude or whatever you think about rich people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in terms of financial security and higher income levels and owning assets and being in a position where this economy will benefit you as opposed to exploit you. This is what I do. This is why I got a PhD in this stuff. It was really hard. I had to study this with a fine-tooth comb for a very long time. So I'm not some guy on the internet who's just running his mouth. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of people who, oh, I learned how to buy stock last Tuesday. Let me show you how. They don't know anything. I've been doing this for 30 years. I taught my first finance class at Indiana University when I was 22 years old, and I ain't 22 no more. I got a lot of gray in my beard. So what I'm telling you, based on all the research that I've seen, you have to be an investor. You have to do it consistently if you want to be financially secure. Now, one question, one thing I'll say, DW puts a good point in here. I'm gonna answer your, I'm gonna respond to your comment in a second. But before I do that, I want to let everybody know that if you could please hit the thumbs up button really quick. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, we do a free financial class. Anybody who wants to learn economics, you can come in and join us for free. We do something every morning called it's a millionaire training camp. And basically, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and it's 100% free. You don't have to pay money. I just want you to pay attention, and I want you to bring your family to class. And we've been doing this. We've done over 250 trainings, in the morning where we just talk about money. It's what I call conversational learning. So no textbooks, no tests, none of that stuff. You just come in, we talk about money. That's how you learn. Money needs to be a part of your culture. If money's part of your culture, then you'll have more money. When money is not part of your culture, then you won't have any money. So we're building culture. So if you'd like to join us, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Okay, so let me see here. So DWI, I don't know what that means. I hope you don't drink and drive, because it sounds, or maybe it's DW2. I don't know. Boyce is a multimillionaire. Bitcoin crashed at 70%. He will be fine. Will you? Great question. Great point. So one thing I'm going to mention is, number one, this is not investing advice. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm only telling you what I'm doing. Number two, the way you prevent those sorts of problems is with one simple investing rule that you should never forget. And that one word is called diversification. Diversification means that you really shouldn't put more than 5 or 7% of your wealth in any one asset. So I know sometimes people break this rule, but just know, whenever you hear about an athlete that goes broke or somebody who says, I invested and I lost everything, that right there tells you that they made a mistake. That tells you right there that they didn't invest properly, because you should never be in a position where you can lose everything because one asset went down. So if you invest smartly, then if Bitcoin drops 70%, you still got the same number of Bitcoins. You might have to wait out the storm, but it should not destroy all of your wealth. You want to spread your money out. All right. So the next question: what's your opinion about buying Target stock? You know what, Dijon? I'm not sure about Target. I feel like Target is having some problems. I don't know if they're going to fix those problems. I think there's better stocks out there to buy. I do something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, the Black Stock Market Program. So if you go to drboycestockmarket.com, you can join us. We do Stock Market Tuesdays, and all I do is analyze stocks that people bring to me, as well as tell you guys what I see in the stock market. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial if you'd like to. What are my thoughts on SMCI, Super Microcomputer? Yeah, it is very volatile, and I think if you can stomach the volatility, it can work. But I don't think Super Microcomputer it's not my top pick. But at the same time, if you sell stock options or something, then it's a great way to sell stock options. But you have to really understand what you're getting into. If you step into the wrong thing, then you can end up getting absolutely fried with a company like that, because Super Microcomputer is getting a lot of scrutiny from Hindenburg Research. So There you go. Bitcoin BTC 250. Yeah, Jason. I think Bitcoin's. I don't think it's too late to buy. I think Bitcoin's gonna. I think it's gonna keep on going up. I just. It may crash, but if it crashes, just know I'm gonna be in the checkout line buying more. My goal is to be consistent. That's it. The world's not going to be consistent, but that doesn't mean you can't be consistent. You have to be the consistency that you seek. People who invest from an emotional standpoint, where you allow fear and greed to dictate your investing decisions, people like that don't tend to make much money. You cannot let your emotions overwhelm your economic decisions, because if you have fear, then problems will emerge. In fact, my wife is a therapist. She's a full professor of social work and a licensed therapist, and she helped us create something in the Black Business School that we figured out we needed, called a Black Financial Therapy Department, because we realized that a lot of wealth in our community gets missed because people are traumatized. You have a lot of undiagnosed, untreated trauma in the community, and that shows itself in things like drugs. I just heard today from a friend of mine who said that her sister died from a fentanyl overdose, and she was using the dope with her father. She was literally getting high with her daddy, and she OD'd with her daddy, which is insane to me. Another area where it shows up is, if you notice, there's an obsession with sexuality on the internet. Every other conversation is about dating, relationships, or sex or whatever, right? And the thing is that sleeping with people releases dopamine. So promiscuity is a way to numb internal pain that you have from undiagnosed, untreated trauma. Another area where you see the effects of the trauma is in the financial choices and financial decisions. It's very hard for a traumatized person to make money, because traumatized people panic really quickly. They freak out because you're so scared of being re-traumatized. So you see your stock price drop, you're like, oh, I'm out, I'm gone, I'm never doing this again, right? And also, traumatized people have a hard time maintaining relationships because you have an itchy trigger finger. You're so scared of being re-traumatized that you run at the first sign of trouble, as opposed to doing what therapists show you how to do, which is how to have a proper conversation, how to not make assumptions, how to work things out and figure out a way to keep the relationship going. So in fact, actually, my wife does, she does a book club every Sunday. She's going to do this tonight, actually. If you want to join and get a notification when she sets it up tonight, feel free to text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. I guarantee you that this will help you not just in your personal life, this will also help you make more money, which is also part of your personal life. Because people that understand relationships and understand communication and understand how to get along with others tend to be more successful in every aspect of life, as opposed to people who want to duke it out and fight all the time. So text the word love to 87948. Check it out. Her name's Dr. Alicia Watkins, and she's really good at what she does. And she's right here and available if you want some support on what you're doing. All right. So with that said, and that's what makes the Black Business School unique, is that we designed ourselves specifically around the problems that are faced in the Black community. We don't dislike white people, but we focus on Black wealth issues because we have unique hurdles, we have unique problems, we have unique generational curses that if they're not addressed, they can't be fixed. So I cannot just be an economist. I have to be a socioeconomic expert in order to actually fully implement some of the things that we talk about. Like, I could tell you all day how to invest and make money. That's easy. The problem, though, is that if your mind ain't right, if the basics aren't handled, then you're not even going to be prepared to hear what I have to say. All right, so let's keep going here. Okay, MicroStrategy. Do I believe MicroStrategy will move further up or down? I have no idea, John. MicroStrategy is a company that when Hindenburg Research attacks a company, there's usually some merit to the attack. I don't know if the merit is deserved of MicroStrategy, though. I'm sorry. I was thinking about SMCI Super Microcomputer. That's the Hindenburg company. MicroStrategy is Michael Saylor's company that buys all the Bitcoin. So MicroStrategy, the interesting thing about MicroStrategy is, according to most economic models, MicroStrategy is significantly overvalued, because all they pretty much do is they buy a bunch of Bitcoin and they just hold it. So when the price of Bitcoin goes up, MicroStrategy's price goes up. But when the experts, people, nerds like me, when they sit there and they pull out their calculators and they say, well, how much Bitcoin do you have and what's it worth? They'll find out that the Bitcoin's worth this much, but for whatever reason, the company's worth that much. there's like this big premium that you pay in order to buy MicroStrategy. And people are like, well, why wouldn't you just buy a Bitcoin ETF or just buy some Bitcoin directly if you want exposure to Bitcoin? So the only argument that I can think of is that people have that pay that extra premium that, for that overpriced stock, is that they have so much faith in Michael Saylor that they just believe he's going to just make these amazing decisions that are going to lead to the company's value going up, and or they believe in what is called the bigger fool theory, which is that they believe that even if they're overpaying for something, someone else is going to overpay more than them, which is going to allow them to make a profit, which sometimes does happen, but it doesn't typically last that long because it kind of becomes like this emotionally driven Ponzi scheme where eventually everybody like gets their butt kicked financially. So just be really careful with that company. I'm not buying it, but the story is quite interesting. All right, let's see. Next, let's see. Someone says, Travis says, I started a restoration business, fire, water, and mold remediation. Good for you. Put the name of your business in the chat, Travis. Let's see. Insurance companies are denying homeowners claims. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And not just the other insurers. I mean, not just the health insurers, because you saw where the health exec guy got killed, but also just generally insurance. The cost of insurance is going up. I got a notification today on a property that I own, and they increased my monthly mortgage to cover the insurance because the insurance premiums had gone up. And so they have to take they take part of your mortgage and they put it in escrow to pay the insurance and the taxes. And I just got that today. So this is kind of a nationwide thing. The pandemic really disrupted the economic ecosystem in America to the point where the price of everything pretty much went up. In fact, the price of just owning a house shot up to an enormously high level, to the point where there are a lot of people who even wonder if home ownership is the wealth driver that it used to be. I still think that it is because at least owning a home gives you a little bit of what they would refer to as forced savings. It's not the best way to save because you have so many expenses that come with owning a home, but I love the home I own with my wife because my ROI isn't just financial. Like, I love this house because I love my man cave. I love having my wife's office next to mine. We got a big, gigantic basement where she works down here. I work down here. We watched a scary movie today in the other room. There's a bedroom down here. There's a bathroom. It's like a really nice, comfortable place. And that's what I think about. And it's okay to invest that way, in my opinion, where money doesn't have to be the be all end all, in my opinion. I think that sometimes in America, we have just an obsession with money. That's what's wrong with your healthcare system. That's why you got, healthcare CEOs getting shot in the street, is because we put money up here and we put people down here. We put quality of life down here. And I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm telling you, if you're looking for a guy who's obsessed with money, I can't be that guy, but I understand the importance of money, right? So I prioritize financial literacy, not because I want to worship money, but because I want you to have enough money so that money doesn't control you anymore. You'd be amazed how many people have to do stuff every day just for the money, things they don't want to do. And that's a key to happiness, by the way, is not having freedom, right? Slavery sucks, right? So ultimately, the financial literacy you give yourself and you give your children is so that you can have enough money so that you don't even have to think about money anymore. That's when you really get to live in life, in my opinion. But then again, I'm on the soapbox now, so let me hop off here. All right, so let's see here. Okay, let's see. Thoughts on AMD call options and the best expiration date. You know what? I don't want to dig too deep in the weeds with options. We'll do a stock options meeting soon. I'll reach out to you guys. If you have an interest in our stock option stuff we're doing in the Black Business School, pull out your phone, text the word options to the phone number 87948. So text options to 87948. I'll send you an invitation when we meet with the Prime program and stuff. But basically, with AMD options, I think they're probably as good as any other Fortune 500 company for the most part, as long as you protect yourself against the risk with the puts and stuff like that. I don't see it as a major income driver, and I haven't had a chance to assess it and analyze it. I think that when it comes to selling options, there are other companies that are much better, like Marathon or Clean Spark and stuff like that. But then those stocks also come with some volatility. And IONQ is a quantum computing company that I bought shares in. I'm really intrigued with that company. I'm really enjoying my ownership in that company. It's been able to generate thousands of dollars in income just from selling the options and stuff like that. You can pay a few bills with that stuff, so it's pretty cool. So in fact, I would highly recommend looking into selling stock options as a way to generate income, especially if you want to do that and not have a bunch of risk and stuff like that. The other side of options, buying options, is very speculative. I don't buy a lot of options because you're basically just gambling to some extent. You're hoping that the price moves in the direction that you want, and it's okay to do that. But when you sell the option, you're just getting your money. You're taking your bird in the hand, and you're not worried about what's in the bush. And that's the type of investing I enjoy the most, because what I found is that most of us, the biggest challenge we have is, how do I just generate extra income or enough money to quit my job or enough money to pay a couple of extra bills or whatever. And so if you're interested in what we're doing with stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Feel free to take a look at that. I'll put that link on the screen if you guys want to go take a look. All right. So last I'll say before we head on out, and I'll check back in with you guys tomorrow, is if you want my opinion on whether or not I'm going to keep buying Bitcoin, the answer is yes. I'm going to buy it if it keeps going up. I'm going to buy it if it starts going down. I'm going to buy it if it goes sideways. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. If you don't buy the dip, then you miss the rip. You have to move before everything happens, not after. But the beauty of Bitcoin, what makes Bitcoin special, in my opinion, is that Bitcoin is it is a unique asset in the sense that it had its growth stunted. Its growth was stunted. So y'all don't understand. Bitcoin is hitting $106,000 now. I thought that crap was going to happen in 2020. I thought it was going to be 2021 when Bitcoin hit 106. I didn't think it was going to take this long. And the reason it took this long is because there were artificial mechanisms from a controlled economy that were put in place to block the growth of cryptocurrency. The people that are loyal to crypto, they talk about things like fear, uncertainty, and doubt being thrust onto the crypto space so that wealthy people could maneuver and manipulate things. I think they have a point. I do believe that. When you had Jamie Dimon from is it Chase, or I think it's Chase, right? He's Chase, right? Not Goldman is the other guy. Anyway, you got Jamie Dimon going around talking crazy about Bitcoin, but then his company's buying Bitcoin in the background, right? It all smells very sinister. And what you're smelling is very, very real. I do believe that there are wealthy people who do manipulate the economy and do all the sinister things that you believe, but that's not a reason not to participate. That's not a reason to stay away. Because if you want a simple strategy, just do what they're doing, follow what they're doing. So right now with Bitcoin, what makes it interesting to me is that as the price goes up, you've got two tidal waves of money coming into the space, and simple supply and demand applies. The two tidal waves are: one, Bitcoin's making new headlines, more people are coming in. That means increased demand. Simple supply and demand. When you have restricted supply, increased demand, the price of an asset tends to go up. Because on one side, you've got people that want Bitcoin. On the other side, you got a bunch of people that will never sell. So that means the price has to go up. The second tidal wave you have is institutional adoption. The BlackRocks and the Chases and the Goldman Sachs, they cannot ignore Bitcoin anymore. And one of the things that you want to understand about these greedy bastards is they are financial drug addicts. When it comes to money, money is their crack. And the thing is that you don't understand. Y'all scared of crackheads, but one thing I know about crackheads is that crackheads are very dependable people. They're very reliable people. As long as you got the crack, you know where they're going to be at 10 o'clock. If you tell them I'm going to have some crack for you at 10 o'clock, you know they're going to be there at 10 o'clock. So they're going to always go where the crack is going. So if you want some of that money, then you follow what they're doing. And what they're doing is they are positioning themselves such that as they see Bitcoin rising as a legitimate asset class, they don't want to miss out. They're positioning and saying, how in the hell do we get in this game and make a few $1 billion for ourselves? So when they come in with that big, massive money, that's going to, in my opinion, continue to push the price up, even if there's a crash in the meantime. There could still be a crash, but I don't really see anything that tells me that it's going to happen anytime soon. You also have a Trump administration that is very, very pro-crypto. This is a gangster government where people basically bought, in broad daylight, they bought the White House. They bought the damn thing. Elon Musk bought the White House. That's why he might be a trillionaire by the time this is done. After Trump got elected, Elon Musk's net worth went up by about $80 billion. Before the election, he was neck and neck with Bezos and Bernard Arnault and these other people for the richest man on earth. After the election, he has a higher net worth than Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos combined. He has a higher net worth than the next two people behind him combined. And it's going to keep going up. He's going to get the regulations removed. His little driverless cars are going to be everywhere. He's going to be able to stab his competitors in the testicles, because he's sitting next to the freaking president. So Elon Musk is going to get rich. Donald Trump is going to get rich. The crypto billionaires who funded a big chunk of his campaign are going to get rich. So that to me is a fully thorough argument as to why you might want to be on board with this. Again, You don't have to listen. And I'm not telling you what to do. I don't give investing advice ever. But what I'm seeing says Bitcoin to the damn moon. And you got a few other cryptos that are going to go right there with it. Even Dogecoin is actually like a real asset. They made Pinocchio into a real boy. Dogecoin is crap. Dogecoin is not real. Dogecoin, they tell you on the page, this is fake. This is stupid. This doesn't exist. But even Dogecoin is real. Why? Well, because Elon Musk made it real. He breathed life into Pinocchio. Now Pinocchio is a real boy. So does Dr. Boyce own some Dogecoin? Yeah. If I own some now, if you'd asked me 3 years ago, I'd have been like, I'm not buying that crap. It's worthless. But now you got to understand reality is highly subjective. Reality is a function of perception. So while a mathematician like me who does financial theory and stuff for a living, I can tell you what the value of an asset should be. But while I'm telling you what it should be, I have to also acknowledge what it actually is. And sometimes it is not what it should be. Dogecoin should not have any value. Tesla shouldn't be worth what it is. Even Bitcoin shouldn't hardly exist, but it exists because people want it to be real, and now it's real, and now it's here. And every indicator that I see tells me that it's going to keep on going up. Not telling you what to do, but that's what I believe. All right. Now, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want to see the list of the cryptos that I like, pull out your phone, text the word options. Text crypto, not options. Sorry, you can text crypto to 87948. We also have stuff that we send out to Black Business School on stock options. So if you text options to 87948 on a different list, you'll be getting different information. So we have a lot of information for you based on whatever it is you're interested in. And the Black Business School, we're just here to serve in any way that we can. And Kashif says, do you still believe in starting a Black-owned business? Oh, of course I do. I'm starting one with my son very soon. One thing I don't do as much, because it's my personal preference, is I don't invest as much money in startups as I used to. The only time I participate in a startup is if I have a lot of partners to share the risk with, and also if I'm the CEO or if I'm a decision maker in the startup, because unfortunately the startup success rate is very, very low, and it can be very damning financially if things don't work out. So you got to be really careful about putting a lot of your money into startups. So I would not take my life savings and put it into Cousin Pookie's liquor store. I think that's a great way to lose everything. And also I found that just buying shares of certain companies and selling the options on those companies, I can make far more money doing that and with far less work in a much more liquid environment where I can sell my business anytime. If you start a Black-owned business, you can't sell it to anybody, really. It's very, very hard to do. You can, but you have to pay a very high, what they call liquidity premium, because there aren't that many buyers. So you have to reduce the price substantially to get somebody to pay you even a fraction of what it's worth. Whereas if I go and I buy, 1,000 shares of Tesla and I sell the options and I'm making, $8,000 or $9,000 a month selling the options, I can sell my Tesla stock anytime I want. So I'm a big fan of looking into things like that as opposed to even real estate. I find that to be even more lucrative than real estate, and not just lucrative, but easier. I'm at a point where I don't want to work all day. I don't want to be stressed out. I don't want to spend all my time chasing dollar bills. I want to enjoy my life, and so everybody has their opinions, their different journeys, but that's my perspective on that. Now, someone asked about Forex. I don't really mess around with Forex much. I don't see a lot of people making consistent income from Forex because they have these Forex programs where they're like, pay us $10,000, we'll teach you how to be a trader. And 90% of the traders, unfortunately, don't make any money. So even though in the Black Business School, we do allow people to learn Forex if that's what they really want to learn, I don't see that as a safe, consistent way to make money on a regular basis. I mean, there are people that can make money from it, but most people don't, and that's just the reality of it. So that's my 2 cents on that. Okay, so anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. And again, if you want to see what we're doing with stock options and generating income from options, all that, you can go to drboyceprime.com. Or also, if you text the word money to the number 87948, I do have a free training you can take a look at called How to Make Money Without Working. So if you'd like to see that, text the word money to the number 87948 on your phone, and it'll come right to you right away. So look for that text. and you can watch it and see what you think. I think it's the best way to make money I've ever seen. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I'm gonna go get ready to support my wife in what she's doing. She's doing her book club tonight. And if you want to join her, she does a lot of stuff on psychology, relationships, stuff like that. Feel free to text the word love to 87948. So that's so we got a lot of stuff in the Black Business School. If it seems like I'm throwing stuff at you constantly, it's because our goal is to support anybody that wants to learn from scholars and learn from people that know these things that we claim that everybody's not teaching us. Well, no, I think that we should know everything about economics. I think we should talk about economics every day because I believe that our people will be and can be the best people on the planet when it comes to economics and financial intelligence. Don't don't think that where you are right now has anything to do with where you're going to be in 100 years. Even in 20 years. Remember, if you read a book, I have my students in the Black Business School, I asked them to read a book called An Empire of Their Own: How the Jews Invented Hollywood. And if you read that book, it's very inspirational because it talks about how Hollywood was started by, Eastern European Jews who were heavily disrespected, didn't have no money, were not seen as any sort of a power group, but they took advantage of the new technology, which is these moving pictures. And so when you look at some of the big movie studios, from MGM to Warner Brothers to, Universal, all of them, they all started from the same little pocket of people that just said, okay, we're going to build a better future for our community. We're going to control our message. We're going to build wealth for our people. We're going to build institutions for our children. And next thing you know, in 20 or 30 years, they were among the most powerful people in America. So I have no doubt that B1 people, for sure, like meaning forward looking people in our community who really understand breaking generational curses, mental health, physical health, intelligence, things like that, people that want to do better, you're going to have power. Your kids going to have power. Your grandkids are going to have power. So don't ever allow what's happening in 2024 to define what's going to be in existence in 2044, 2054, and 2064. I think the future for our people is very, very bright. And that's what I'm invested in. And remember, with investing, you invest in something before it happens. You get there early. So we're getting there early. We're on the ground floor because I believe in 50, 80, 100 years, they're going to be talking about what we did right now, and it's going to mean something. So anyway, that's it. That's my philosophy. That's what I see. And I hope that helps you. So God bless you. Have a good night, everybody. And again, Dr. Alicia's book club, she's doing some relationship stuff tonight. Just text the word love to 87948 on your phone, and you can join her. I'll text out an invitation to you guys if you want to join her. I'm going to go and do something else. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. It's so good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our millionaire training camp. This is where we get together and we just act real black and talk about wealth and make ourselves amazing and have an extraordinary day, which converts into an extraordinary life. And I'm here to say that I proudly was not a member of the 5 a.m. club today. I was a member of the 7 a.m. club, or the 6:45 a.m. club to be exact. So, we made it happen. And actually, I'm not going to keep you guys very long today because, in case you don't know, the Fly Nubian Money Club, they have an investment club that's taught and run by women. There are men and women in the club, but it's run only by women. We won't only want to hear women's voices. And as far as teachers in that particular space, we have spaces for men as well. And they're actually doing something today where Laura Key, who's an international real estate expert, is actually showing everybody how to buy property. She's really good at it, and everybody in the black community should own property. Everybody should teach their kids to own property. So she's doing that today, and I'm gonna give you guys the link. You guys can get free access today to go check it out and decide if you want to be a member of the club. So just remind me before we go. I'll give you the link, and you can join. They actually started now, which is the same time as this class. But I'll give you guys a link where you can go over there because you're in this class. We'll let you take a look for free and hang out and see what you see and see if you like what you see. All right. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm sending out a text message also to everybody that is a member of this class and letting them know that we're getting started now. And if you're not on the text list, then just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Do that on your phone. Don't do that on the computer. Do that on your phone, and you will get notifications when we meet for class. We meet for class 7 days a week at 10 a.m. And also remind me also, I decided that I'm going to buy a certain stock today, and don't let me forget to share that with you. So if I sound like I'm all over the place, just blame it on my ADHD, because I really was thinking about all the things I wanted to share with you guys today. So I'm going to write this down so I don't sound like a lunatic, because literally my brain gets a million ideas at once. So I want to make sure I tell you guys about the stock that I want to buy and why. And then after that, we'll go to Lala's class. And then also I want to talk about why I think Jay-Z might go broke. That's that to me is an interesting topic because I was thinking about that this morning, and whether he'll go completely broke or not is one thing. I don't know if that's going to happen or how what that's going to look like. But I can just tell you that he's in financial jeopardy. He's in significant financial risk, and I personally think that rappers, in general, if you kind of think about financial culture and economic culture the way I do, you can see why the world is not designed for rappers to keep their money. Because one thing that we talk about a lot in my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, is that wealth preservation is just as important as wealth accumulation. That the ability to protect the ball, so to speak, and to keep your money is just as important as making the money. A lot of people make the money and they lose the money, and so what I personally think is that if you don't understand how to keep your money, then you're not going to keep it for very long. So let me explain this so that I don't sound half crazy. I think Diddy, um, you know, I think Diddy is definitely going to have some financial challenges. I think his legacy's in jeopardy. You're talking about a cascade of lawsuits, just like literally dozens, if not hundreds of lawsuits that pop up. The burden of proof in these lawsuits isn't very high either. It's not as if they do a deep dive CSI investigation on every claim. Sometimes people just get paid just to make it go away because reputational wealth is very fragile, especially for a black man. Reputational wealth, meaning that people want to do business with you because they think you're the coolest guy on the block and because they loved your last album. That's very fragile because the minute that somebody says that you might have done something bad, even if there's not a lot of evidence, that's still going to make people not want to do business with you because business inherently is very conservative. Corporations are very conservative. And I observed that actually back in 2013 when Lil Wayne said something that was just racially terrible, and it was very insulting to the black community. The way I was able to get Wayne's attention was I didn't address Wayne directly. I addressed Mountain Dew, the corporation that was sponsoring him, and I said, you can't be putting money in the pocket of a black person who is disrespecting the black community. I don't care what race he is. You're not my ally if you disrespect black people. I'm sorry. I don't care what your skin color is. And it was because of that economic pressure that he folded. He ended up apologizing, and unfortunately, he ended up losing. He had a world tour. I think they were sponsoring a tour. He and Ti and stuff like that were going to go on a tour, and it got canceled. Because I was like, no, this is BS. You can't go out here. I don't care if you're making your money. You don't have to contribute to the cause. You don't have to support what the community's doing. We forgive you for that. But when you're undermining that by sharing by getting paid to harm the community, then I can't co-sign on that. And I don't care how great your music is. That's those are disconnected things. So my point is to say that with hip hop, with rappers, the thing about rappers, unfortunately, is that because we've allowed people to pay some of our most talented black men and women to promote a culture that encourages criminality, the culture that encourages the sexualization of little girls, a culture that encourages financial irresponsibility, a culture that encourages ignorance, a culture that cheers on the death of black people. What you really have is a space that is anti-health, anti-wealth, anti-family, anti-relationships, anti-happiness. It's a space that produces lots of trauma. It's a space that produces long prison sentences. There's a long list of rappers that have gone to prison because rappers are easy to arrest. It's weird. The culture is so crazy that they will kill somebody. Some of them will kill somebody and then go make an album about who they shot. Because the culture tells them to keep it real. Or the police They used to have what they called the hip hop squad, or the hip hop police squad, or whatever they called it, and they would just follow the rappers around because they said, okay, these guys are goofy and dumb. They're going to eventually do something illegal, so we're going to just wait for them to do something illegal so we can lock them up. And so my point is to say that Jay-Z was kind of unfortunately a leader of that culture. And we live in a world now where even things that you did when you were very young can come back and haunt you when you're very old. I believe now Jay-Z's almost a grandfather. He's not in the shenanigans like he used to be. This is not 1998 anymore. But the thing is, in my opinion, a lot of the things that he might have done, participated in 1998, 1999 are coming back full circle now. For example, just little stuff like, oh, well, why were you messing around with Foxy Brown when she wasn't 18 yet? What was going on with you and Aaliyah? What was going on with, and I told you I was friends with Dame Dash, and he told me a lot. I got a front row seat to a lot of Aaliyah stories, and and so I think that there are questions people are going to ask, and it's unfortunate, because you have this very public track record that people are going to lean into when they start to question other things that you might be accused of doing. And for him, unfortunately, it's going to be financially costly because there's something called Bayesian priors, where basically people, this is in statistics. Bayesian priors means basically that people will make assumptions about you based on what they already think they know about you. Right? That's not exactly the only application, but that's one application. So it means that if you're accused of stealing, and I know you went to jail for theft, then that means anybody can come back and accuse you of stealing, and people will believe it because you stole something before. You see what I mean? Like, so if you've never been accused of anything, then then that's different, right? It's much harder to accuse someone who's never done anything, as opposed to someone who had a past and then reform themselves, and they're like, I'm clean, I didn't do it. But people are like, no, but you did do something. And so because we're accusing you of this now, we're going to link this new accusation to the fact that you're already indicted, not just because you're a black man, right? The black man is seen as the greatest criminal in America, even though we're not, but that's how we're viewed, right? So hip hop unfortunately distorts the image of the black male throughout the world by making black men look like a big pack of criminals and terrible people and everything else. So my point is to say that this creates financial jeopardy. I was talking to my son the other day. We were going down to the Black Ownership Ball hosted by Jamal Green in Chicago. Jamal Green is a great guy, super smart, a great leader for the future. I look this guy up. I just have so much respect for him. Anyway, in fact, I got to bring him in here because I just like this guy a lot. Anyway, so we were on our way and we were talking about how Elon Musk became the richest man on Earth. And Elon Musk right now has a net worth that is higher than Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined. He's now considered the richest human being to have ever lived. They said he just passed Mansa Musa. They claim Mansa Musa was worth about 440 billion. Elon's worth about 447 billion. All this happened after the election. Something amazing happened with his stock price. And I said to him, I said, well, people don't understand that wealth can be very fragile because Elon Musk, a lot of his wealth is driven by how people perceive him. A lot of his wealth is driven by how many people trust him. He can get bank loans because the banks believe in him. People invest in the things they believe in. They don't invest in the things they don't believe in. So I said, if something were to happen and he were to be painted in a negative light and people stop believing in him, then Tesla would go bankrupt immediately. When Elon Musk signed a plea deal with the Securities and Exchange Commission, Elon said it himself. He said, the only reason I signed this deal is because I knew that I would be under investigation. I didn't do anything wrong, but I knew you guys would be investigating me. And he said, according to my bond covenants with the bondholders, the money, the financing, basically the banks and the debt holders, the bond covenants basically said that if he's ever under investigation or seen in a suspicious way, then all debt that he owes to them would be payable immediately. He would have to pay all his debt back immediately. And here's the thing, as rich as Elon is, he could not pay back all the debt that Tesla has, all the debt that SpaceX has. Most of these companies are funded by debt. Debt is driven heavily by belief and perception in the individual that receives the support. So going back to a Jay-Z, Jay-Z's disadvantage would be that he's a black man, right there, which already means that either people don't believe in you or their belief in you is very, very fragile. It can easily be tripped up. If someone makes an accusation, doesn't matter if it's true, then suddenly all that belief and support goes away. I bet you 99.9% of all of Diddy's business partners are gone because he is on trial. But for him, there's no such thing as innocent until proven guilty. In the eyes of some, he was guilty, period. And truth be told, I will say this. I'm very happy I never got invited to any Diddy parties. I almost got invited to one actually. He had this white party in the Hamptons and if somebody had asked me to go, I'd have been like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool to just check it out. I'm so glad I didn't go. This was back when I used to hang out with Al Sharpton and stuff. And I'm telling you, I don't know what shenanigans they all got going in New York, but I'm glad to get out of that space. That's just something about it. Smartest people I've ever met. Al Sharpton is a genius. Wendy Williams, a genius. Russell Simmons, a genius. And I knew all these people pretty well. But when you get into these weird spaces, it just gets like strange things start to happen, and I'm so happy. And then even Kanye invited me to come to his house and sit with him and do stuff, and I didn't want to go because I was like, I don't know what you're gonna do to me in that house. Y'all are weird. Y'all drug people. Things happen. I don't want to be in this space like that. So I didn't go. I didn't go to his house, but he did. He sent me his little address. He was in some hotel in Beverly Hills, some expensive. I was like, how the hell does somebody pay like $10,000 a day to stay in some hotel for like 6 months? But he had that kind of money, and he invited me, and I was like, I thought about going, but then I was like, no, I don't want to be in that kind of space because I don't know what weird stuff y'all do in Hollywood and everything else. I don't want no parts of that. So a lot of I think life is about keeping your soul clean, as clean as you can, so that you don't have these weird things happening. Because I think that there's some shenanigans that happen. But anyway, just going back to the whole financial side of it, I would say that you shouldn't be surprised if it does get to the point where Jay-Z does end up having his financial legacy significantly disrupted. If these lawsuits turn into an avalanche of accusations, that one lawyer that he's fighting against, Tony Busby, over that one case, there's thousands of lawyers out there that are ready to fight, right? And so Busby might lose that round, but I can personally see this becoming a big problem. For many, many years, I always said that once the Me Too movement catches up with hip hop, it's going to be an absolute mess. Because I'm a black man. I'm the same age as a lot of these guys. And I remember hearing what they rapped about and the way they lived. And I said, these Negroes don't forget that they black. They really forgot that they're black. They literally are openly talking about doing things that are illegal, unethical, harmful to other people, and are going to get them sued. And the thing about a civil lawsuit is you don't really have to have a whole lot of proof to win a civil lawsuit. You just need what they call a preponderance of the evidence. That means that somebody listening, a jury member, just has to say, do I think that there's a 51% chance that you did this? Do I think that if I was a betting man, would I bet that you did it or didn't do it? I think you probably did it. Okay, that's $50 million. Pay the man, pay the lady, right? And if you have hundreds of these people, then it becomes a problem. And so I personally think that Jay-Z's wealth is in jeopardy. I think that every single gangster rapper or anybody who's ever been involved in that side of hip hop, their wealth is in jeopardy and their life's work could easily be destroyed. And a lot of it's because the hip hop in itself, not all of it, but some of it, the toxic side is in direct violation of everything that protects and preserves your wealth. So how does that translate to regular people and on the rest of us? It means really that the rules of wealth go deeper than just putting money in your 401k, buying the right stocks and everything else. It goes into like a point where you kind of have to keep your nose clean. Like, you kind of have to think about risk management as, not just remembering that you're black, but also remembering that if you are in the wrong spaces with the wrong people at the wrong times, bad things can happen. I know a lady who was a professor who was high flying. She was kicking butt, taking names, getting all these promotions and all these raises and doing really well in her career. And she married a loser. She married a bum. She married a guy who was jealous of her, who couldn't succeed in anything. So he got resentful of the fact that his wife was doing so much better than him. And so this guy just decides, he wanted to kill his wife and kill himself. He did a murder suicide. And they had two young children. So now her two children are growing up without a mother and a father because her father was a punk. And this is something that she probably never would have guessed this would have happened to her in a million years because sometimes we think that what we do professionally is disconnected from what we do personally. When we think about risk, we're always thinking about risk as, well, what if the stock market drops? Or what if the real estate market declines? Or what if something bad happens with my portfolio? No, risk is anything that jeopardizes your wealth, including lawsuits, because you were wrong place, wrong time. Lawyers love to sue rich people. They always look for a wealthy person connected to a case because wealthy people are going to pay up sometimes. And if it's a wealthy person, if it's a black man with a stellar reputation that's making money from that reputation, and he's even remotely associated with some shenanigans, a fight happens at the club and somebody says, well, he spit on me or he punched me or whatever, they're going to throw him in the lawsuit in the hopes that he will write a check just to make the lawsuit go away. That's considered to be a cost of doing business. The cost is very, very high when you're in uh, when you already have a pre-designated perception that society has of you as a black man. And so I think that when you're talking to kids about wealth, your children and your grandchildren and your nieces and nephews, talk to them about these things. Talk to them about like, look, you have to you have to try your best to be as strategic as possible, almost like you're operating with a halo around you, like where you have to say, okay, who's in my space? Now, what woman did I pick to be by my side? What kind of friends do I have? How do I respond to conflict? And if you are connected to a culture that says, you got to get ghetto, somebody talk crazy about you, you got to go punch them in the face because you want to keep it real because you're from the street. Well, just get ready to be sued. You're gonna lose millions of dollars. And rappers love to talk about that. A lot of guys like to prove how tough they are because something happens in the club, so they pull out a gun, they want to start punching people or whatever. Well, those are lawsuits. You're going to get sued, and you're going to get sued for millions of dollars. So if I'm a sinister person that wants to take your money, all I do is I tap into your ego. Like Denzel said to Will Smith when Will Smith went up there and slapped Chris Rock, and he said to or Will said that Denzel had said to him that right when you hit the mountaintop, that's when the devil shows up. And so the devil might be your insecurities. And so the devil's going to show up and somebody's going to poke you. They're going to poke you right where it hurts, right where you're triggered. And if you haven't healed, if you're not smart enough to be balanced as a human being, and gone through the therapy, knowing how to kind of manage things, learning how to be conscious and strategic about your next move, then guess what? Somebody pokes you, pricks you, poop, you get triggered. Next thing you know, you don't put yourself in some shenanigans that destroys everything you've ever worked for. So how would I summarize this? Let's go back to hip hop then, since we were talking about Jay-Z. I'm going to lay this out because I want to make sure I organize this thought properly so that you can really get this. So remember, I was telling you that the problem that I have with some segments of hip hop, I love hip hop, by the way. That's why I talk about it. It's because I love it so much. I know a lot of rappers that I admire and respect, from D1 to Killer Mike, Immortal Technique, all those guys. Even Kanye, I think, is very talented. He's just a little bit troubled. And so this is not anti-hip hop. This is pro hip hop, actually, because I think hip hop was taken from us. I think that it was ruined. I think that they deliberately used it to destroy us from the inside out. That's what I truly believe. But remember, I was telling you that some segments of hip hop are bad. Why? Because I put up a tweet about it. And my Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. So feel free to follow me on Twitter. I'm gonna read my tweet so I can be clear on my thought, and I'm gonna link this to economics. And this is something that you'll never learn in any finance class that I've ever seen anywhere. But then I have a PhD in this, so I'm qualified to chop up this conversation in this way. So I'm gonna go ahead and go out into a space that it may seem disconnected, but you'll connect the dots. All right, so here's what I put on Twitter. I said, when people talk about the culture, you ever hear people say, well, we're doing it for the culture. We're doing it for the culture. We're part of the culture. You turn your back on the culture, right? It's the culture, the culture, the culture. You have to be really careful about what you mean when you say the culture. Because when people talk about the culture, they're usually talking about something that relates to hip hop and rappers. Now, here's the problem with hip hop culture. Not all of it, but a big chunk of it. It promotes the death of black people. Okay. It promotes drug addiction. It promotes going to prison. It promotes the sexualization of little girls. It promotes financial irresponsibility, and it promotes ignorance. Now, let's connect that to wealth. Black death. When people die in your family, is your family going to be better off financially or worse off financially? If you have the head of a household, a mother or father, or even the kids, and somebody gets hit by a stray bullet, or somebody gets into some gangster shit and it ends up in the morgue, or the provider, one of the providers of the household, is now deceased, is the household going to be better off or worse off financially? Are they going to run into more financial problems or less? Answer me in the chat. Especially when you talk about, people that maybe die with no insurance, and your kids are in front of the church begging the church to donate to the GoFundMe account because daddy didn't handle his business before he went out in the street. He was handling his business in the street, but wasn't handling his business at home. Number two, let's talk about drug addiction. Um, does a drug addiction enhance your ability to make money or reduce your ability to make money? If I decide to go out and get hooked on Molly Percocet, there's a whole song with a chorus like that, by the way. You should be put in prison for making a song like that because you're marketing drug addiction to children whose brains have not been fully developed. I talked to a black DEA agent who was pissed off and angry because he said, I don't understand why my people don't get the fact that these drugs destroy your brain. They eat your brain like a brain-eating bacteria. So he said, when you get hooked on some of these drugs, these kids, they never come back. It's not like they can say, yeah, I used to use all this stuff when I was 16 and now I'm okay. No, no, your brain, a big chunk of your brain is fried. I know, I can think of at least two single moms I know right now who have sons that are in rehab, in and out of rehab. They're not assets to the family. They could be making money for the family. They could be building a future. They could be providing security. They could be helping the family, but instead they become a liability. So let me ask you this question again. Do drug addictions help or hurt the family's ability to build wealth? What do you think? Give me a yes or no, or help or hurt. Answer in the chat. Okay. Third question. A third thing. I said toxic hip hop promotes prison. They make prison sound like Disneyland. Like you go to prison, you keep it real, and you a gangster if you went to prison and you survived and all that. When someone goes to prison, does that help or does that hurt the family's wealth? When you are locked away and you're paying $5 $5 a minute for a collect phone call or whatever they charge, or a dollar per email that to eat, or $5 an email, whatever, and working for 25 cents an hour or maybe $5 a day, does that help or hurt your family's ability to build generational wealth? Let's keep going. It promotes the sexualization of little girls. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about that stripper rap that's out here. The stripper rap is very popular. It's very popular. It's a very simple message. Just if you look good and you're a freak and whatever, then men will like you. Men will give you attention. It's worthless attention, but they'll give you attention. And so you can get money, you can get, a Gucci bag or whatever, but you might get an STD with the Gucci bag and an unwanted pregnancy, and you're going to become a single mom or whatever. So do you think that the sexualization of little girls helps or hurts their ability to have a wealthy life? Do you think that a little girl that is introduced to Cardi B and memorizes Cardi B lyrics instead of learning her ABCs and learning math is going to be better off long term financially or worse off? Is she more likely to build generational wealth or less likely? Because maybe she was so traumatized as a kid by the assaults that came because she's 12 years old trying to date a grown man, that she never is able to even elevate to the level where she can think long term because the trauma is so deep that literally her mental illness debilitates her from having the ability to really move forward in life. Let's keep going. Hip hop, I mentioned that toxic hip hop promotes financial irresponsibility. So answer me in the chat. Is my wealth going to go up or down if I am buying Gucci and Louis and going to see Jake the jeweler and showing off because I got Gucci from head to toe, and I bought me a $500,000 car with my signing bonus, and I'm going to the club and spending $100,000 putting the money in stripper thongs? Is that going to help or hurt my ability to build generational wealth? Is it going to go up or down? Last one. I mentioned that toxic hip hop promotes ignorance. Is an ignorant person more or less likely to build wealth? Is an ignorant person who is not educated, who doesn't know what the hell's going on, who doesn't know up from down, who doesn't understand economics, capitalism, the systems, none of that, is that person going to have more money or less money? Is that going to help their wealth or hurt their wealth? But this is the culture. See, this the culture, y'all. This the culture, yo. Dr. Boyce, you ain't down with the culture, man. Man, excuse my French. Cover your kids' ears. Cover your kids' ears. I got to be honest with you real quick. Fuck you and fuck your culture. Okay? Just now you can uncover the baby's ears. F you, F the damn culture. That ain't my culture. That's the devil's culture. That's damn near say that's as bad as I'd rather go worship the devil than to get into your culture. That ain't no culture that I want to be a part of. That's not a culture that makes me into more of a man. That's a culture that makes me into masses, little beta male. And I'm not, you could take that culture and shove it all the way up your butt like you went to a Diddy party with no Vaseline. I care nothing about that culture. That is not my culture. I reject it. I reject it. I reject it to the point where everything that I said that the culture promotes, I want to do the opposite. Now, let's dissect it further. What does the opposite look like? I mentioned that toxic hip hop celebrates Black death. Look at how many Negroes I killed today. I'll shoot a black man I'll shoot a Negro if he makes me mad, right? So instead of promoting Black death, how about we promote Black life? How about we want our children to live instead of hoping that they die? How about I work to keep my brother alive than to want my brother in a morgue? How about that? What do you think? You think would that be okay, or am I like out of touch? Or am I being a nerd? Or am I being a hater? How about instead of promoting drug addiction, how about we promote other forms of addictions, if you will, or other habits, healthy habits? Like maybe instead of being addicted to drugs, maybe kids can become addicted to learning. Right, right. Maybe instead of wasting our lives by doing things that are going to destroy our brains, how about we do things that are going to enhance the brains of our kids and make them smarter, make them more prepared, make them more strategic, make them more capable? Because you can't deny that the songs aren't promoting drugs. They are. They are. This is clear. People understand this at a high level. Anyone who listens to the music consistently knows that this is what's going on. How about instead of promoting prison, how about we promote freedom? How about we talk about what freedom even looks like? How about we consider the fact that the most revolutionary thing you can do in America as a black person is to be economically and intellectually free. If you are intellectually and economically free, then you are one of the most dangerous black people around. And let me tell you why. You're dangerous because when you are free, they cannot make money from you. When you are free, you're not going to be a corporate slave. When you are free, you're not going to be making money in the prison system. When you are free, they're not making money from you being a ridiculously excessive consumer of any crappy product that they throw at you. So freedom is very dangerous. Freedom is very radical. I think that's why maybe that's why my Facebook page got taken down. I had almost 1 million followers. They took it down. What am I doing? I'm not hurting nobody. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about things that are opposite to the culture, right? Because there's plenty of rappers that will tell your child to go get hooked on dope and kill himself, and their pages they'll have 30 million followers, right? So how about that? How about instead of promoting incarceration, we promote freedom and know by knowing what freedom looks like, studying it, being able to identify it, having the courage to pursue it, and having the courage to plan for it. You plan for it, it will happen. You plan for my child to be free. My child's a baby. I need my baby to be free. So I'm going to invest for that child. I'm going to teach that child. I'm going to make sure that they understand how the game works. I'm going to give them the game so that when they're little, they're not, and they grow older, they're not going to feel like they got left behind and forgotten and abandoned. They're not going to have a scenario where they say, gosh, I would have done things so different if somebody had told me. A lot of you feel that way. When a lot of you come to class in the morning, you're like, gosh, I wish somebody had told me this when I was 10 or 20 years old. My whole life would have been different. Well, I don't want your kids saying the same thing 50 years from now. You teach them while they're 10. You teach them while they're 7. Talk to them. Let's keep going. How about instead of promoting the sexualization of little girls, maybe we promote the protection of little girls? How about that? How about we protect black women and really commit ourselves to that? And I'm not just talking about the men, I'm talking about the women too. Some of y'all should promote the shenanigans and the sexualization and rapping Cardi B in the car with your little 7-year-old daughter in the back, or whatever. So I would say, because here's what I think. This is something I actually talked to my son about. I said the hard part about dating for you, he's really tall, by the way. So like if you see him and I say this is my son, you're immediately going to say that can't be your son because you can't make a child that's 6'9". He has a great father. His father is a wonderful man, and I am the bonus dad. So that and it's an honor for me. It's a privilege. I love black kids. I just love the kids in our house. Um, so that's another area where I'm a simp, apparently. Because I married a woman with children, but it's been a great asset to my life. And I was talking to him and I said, look, look, man, I said, you're tall. Women naturally love tall dudes. I didn't even know that because women never told me. I guess they didn't want to hurt my feelings, but apparently guys that are over 6 feet tall are like a hot commodity and only 15% of men are over 6 feet tall. He's 6'9", so he's probably in the 1 percentile, right? So he comes in and he's a good looking dude. So he comes in and the girls instantly are like, who's that? Right? So I said, you have to be really careful when you're dating. I said, because we have a society where we don't understand the tragedy of the fact that 76% of black girls don't grow up with their father in the house. We act like that's not a big deal. That's not a problem. That it's everything's fine. And I said, but imagine if you didn't have your mother. Imagine if you grew up and didn't have your mother in the house. Think about what kind of man you would be. You'd be a very different person. And if you don't acknowledge that and notice that differential, then you might end up becoming something other than what you should have been, right? And you may not even know that it was a problem if everyone tells you like, oh, mothers don't matter. It's okay. You can not have a mama and be okay. I believe that if we grow up without mamas, we have a dramatic increase in the percentage of serial killers in society. Like we have a whole lot of crazy psychopaths in the world because a mother's love is irreplaceable. And I also think a father's love is irreplaceable. I think a father's protection is irreplaceable, right? So I would say that when you talk about the little girls, I think that we are complaining about the problem that we're helping to facilitate and create. I think that when we're teaching little girls that they don't need a man, then you're harming the girl. You're putting her out here in a world where she's going to be very vulnerable. Because I don't care what you say, I think men matter. I matter for my wife. My wife matters for me. I would never go through life thinking I don't need a woman. I don't need black women. No, I need black women. Black women done had my back so many times it's ridiculous. Starting with my mama. My mama she could have just aborted me and I wouldn't even exist. So that was the first woman that had my back. Then she fed me for approximately 158,670 hours until I hit the age of 18. And she's been with me ever since. So don't you ever try to convince me that I don't need women, that we don't need women, because that would be ridiculous. I would look at you like you're an alien and that you're crazy. So men matter. We matter. So I think that with little girls that go into the world and bad things are happening, and sometimes at the hands of predatory men, like you see all these allegations that are out there and stuff like that. It makes me very sad because I think that we've forgotten what that looks like to really protect black girls. And I don't think it's men's fault, women's fault. I think it's everybody's fault. It's all of our fault. So anyway, let's keep going. Third, or next, how about instead of promoting financial irresponsibility, we relentlessly and just almost vehemently promote financial intelligence? How about that? How about instead of encouraging ourselves to be extreme consumers, we encourage ourselves to be extreme investors. That literally, because we can do this. We've got everything we need. Literally, just with 1/10 of what I've taught you all in this class so far, you could take 1/10 of that and financially dominate 60, 70% of the earth. I guarantee you. Like Americans are so horrifically financially unprepared. It's ridiculous. And I don't, you can't tell me that's an accident. That's not an accident. They can easily put financial literacy, basic financial literacy in the public school system and make sure everybody knows how to be financially intelligent. Everybody understands investing. I can show you how to, people say, well, I talked to a pastor. He was a big time pastor. He ran some big organization, a Southern Baptist something. And I was sitting next to him and in a meeting and we were talking, the person was speaking about something. He goes, so, Dr. Watkins, how long would it take? He said, if I gave you, if we had 3 or 4 hours of a seminar, would you be able to teach people how to invest in 3 hours? I said, I could show you how to invest with $5 in 5 minutes. And he kind of looked at me like, what? I said, yeah, it's easy. I've told you all about the monkey experiment. They taught monkeys how to invest, and monkeys made more money than the investors on Wall Street. Burton Malkiel, look it up. Random Walk Down Wall Street is a book written in 1971. So it does not take long to teach someone how to invest. And the biggest mystery of my life that still baffles me is how is it that you have a child from the age of 0 to 18, they have 157,680 hours in your custody, and nobody took 10 minutes to teach them how to buy a share of stock, which is the number one wealth driver in America right now. Elon Musk would not be the richest man on earth if he did not own a bunch of stock. Warren Buffett is right up there with him because he owns a bunch of stock. People are building wealth like crazy because they own a bunch of stock. So I'm like, how in the hell is it that so many people haven't just spent like a fraction of the money that we spend on everything else and bought some stock with that. It's not calculus. So the point of the matter is to say, I would say that if you want to be the opposite of the culture and build a better culture, then get rid of the financial irresponsibility and the goofball shenanigans and say, no, no, we're gonna get serious about this. We're gonna get gangster with our economics. You know, I love J. Mall Green. I told you I went to J. Mall Green's Black Ownership Ball last night. I came all the way from Kentucky to be there. I canceled. I was going to go to John Hope Franklin's event, the Operation Hope, the Hope Global Forum, and he had invited me. I like John a lot. But I was, with my mother. My mother's not doing well. But I said I got to get to J. Mall's event because I want to support this young guy because he really gets it, and he got real gangster with the banks. He got real gangster. I think it was Chase Bank, and he said, "You're not loaning money to the black community. You're not. You are a vulture. You are taking things from the community and giving nothing back." So he literally got on their asses so bad that they banned him from the banks. But they came around and they actually started loaning hundreds of millions of dollars more to the black community because of what he did. And I said, I have so much respect for this guy. So I wanted to go there. So anyway, at the black ownership ball, that was one of the things that I just thought about. Is I said, God, if we had more people doing this kind of thing, just really being gangster about our economics and not trying to be politically correct, not trying to make friends with your so-called fake ass allies, not trying to fit in, not trying to just be a good boy all the time or a good girl all the time, just being radical when it comes to the protection of our community, protection of our children, because the protection of our kids is our job. That is our damn job. So when our families are not protected, when our people are not doing well, that is something we gotta look in the mirror. I get it. I know that there are other people that don't want you to be successful. Well, so the hell what? Join the damn club. Ain't nobody gonna want you to really win like that. People don't give trophies away for free. What you think this is? You think this is back in the 90s when we started giving the fat kid in the back of the room a trophy? Even though he didn't practice, he didn't stay in shape, he chose to eat the chocolate candy bar, he chose to show up unprepared, but yet you gonna give him the same trophy that you gave to the kid who did the work? Life don't work like that. Y'all know this. Life don't work this way. So to me, I think that us really tapping into the best of ourselves and being and turning inward and really just saying, okay, how do we really make sure we're ready for this thing? How do we really get out here and get ready to fight a little bit? I personally think we do that. Anybody who does that is gonna have a far greater likelihood of winning at something. You're going to succeed at something. And at the very least, people will know that you were there. People will know that you're not to be messed with. You're not to be shoved around. I scare people a lot. I don't mean to scare people. I think I'm a nice person because I believe deeply in love. I will love the hell out of you because I want to love first. But people know don't come messing with Boyce with no BS. And definitely don't come to me with some shenanigans because I'm smart enough to see what's going on and I'm not afraid to say I'm not doing that. That's stupid. That's bad. Why would you even expect me to go for this nonsense? So when people tell me that this is the culture, I want to just tell you, you come up to me because I've had people call me and say, I told you, rapper friends who are like, "Hey Doc, we don't want people to think that you don't like all the rappers." I said, I love the rappers, but that son of a bitch, oh, he's an enemy to the black community. You don't see it? Oh, he's a Klansman. They just put Negro colors on him. They colored him brown, and you think that the Klansman is one of you. We know that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We know this. So why are you trying to tell me that somebody whose actions are harmful is somehow my brother or my ally? I can't make you my ally. I don't hate you, but I'm not going to let you come up in my house with no shenanigans because if something bad happens to the people that I'm supposed to protect because I decided to let you come in there and do that to my children, then that is my fault. That is on me. So last thing I would say is we talked about, how promotes ignorance. So how about instead of promoting ignorance, we promote intelligence? How about we make intelligence cool again? How about we stop making or letting people make the smart black kid feel bad or feel embarrassed or let people say, well, you acting white because you reading books and stuff and you speak in a certain way and you just that stuff like that should make us violently angry. Not to the point where you're ready to fight somebody for real like that. I don't want to promote no violence, but really, it's insanity. It's insanity to me. See, here's the thing. Okay, let me tell you about dumb people. See, dumb people can't be blamed for being dumb because when you're dumb, you're too dumb to know how dumb you are, and that's okay, right? That's all right. It's dumb. I forgive you for you know not what you do. But you know what pisses me off? You know what drives me crazy? Is when you have a smart person who pretends to be dumb just so they can fit into the culture. I want to fit into the culture, right? Because they feel like it's cool. That makes me sad. That makes me angry because I'm like, but you know what you're doing. You know that that's stupid. Why are you doing this? Where's your testicles at? Where's your courage, dude? Like, why would you act dumb just to fit in with dumb because you think dumb people are winning? And I get it, right? There's peer pressure and all that, but I hate that because that's a wasted resource. That smart person could have been as smart as they could have been really smart and done some really smart stuff and really solved some important problems. But instead, they're like, duh, 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 you don't do. Like, okay, we don't need more dumb people. They've already flooded the market. There's already too many. There's an oversupply of stupid people. Let's take the smart ones, the hardworking ones, the intelligent black people, the people that really know what's going on, the ones that really want to learn, the ones that want to grow, and let's elevate them. Let's hold them up like Simba and the Lion King and be like, this is who we are. This is the culture. But instead, I got to go to a damn political rally and see Megan the Stallion twerking and all this other nonsense. Or some comedian up there telling jokes, hey, because a black man is a clown. In case you didn't know, they love it when we show up as clowns, rappers, or athletes. That's pretty much it. Very childlike demeanors. Because athletes they play a game. Children play games, right? Comedians tell jokes. You're a clown. That's why they like it. That's why they feel comfortable with you, right? And then unfortunately, many rappers have been trained to degrade themselves and degrade their community. They love that. Oh, they'll clap for that. They'll give you all kinds of money. And because we don't understand the power of money in terms of how money can shape perceptions in an awkward and terrible way, we think that you're successful because you have money when that is not success. That money is not a symbol of success. That money is a symbol of an epic failure. That's what that money is symbolizing. It's not symbolizing anything great, anything successful. It's symbolizing the fact that you sold out more than anybody else, and that's why you got paid. And if I don't tell you anything else about money, I need you to understand that all money is not good money. Some money is poison. So with that said, I want to see the smart people. You know, I want to see the black man or black woman that's like trying to build rocket ships like Elon Musk. I want to see the black man or black woman that specializes in quantum computing and can explain to me what a qubit is, right? And how quantum computers are going to dominate the world one day. I want to hear from those people. I don't want to. I don't. I'm tired of hearing about the rappers and the comedians and the athletes. And God bless them. Some of them. I mean, I'm not saying they're all stupid. I'm not dismissing them at all. Some of them are cool. Some of them are growing and all this. I respect that. But man, some of this stuff. It's like, Lord Jesus. Let me tell you a story that really made me angry. This happened in, I guess I need to stop, but I guess a lot of stuff makes me mad. But I went on the Breakfast Club one time, and there was this rapper named Trinidad James. And anybody remember Trinidad James? In case you don't remember, Trinidad James had a whole mouthful of gold teeth, and he had a whole bunch of chains. He'd wear like 40 chains, and he had that song, "Gold all in my chain, gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Igga, 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 don't believe me, just watch." Right? You remember that? I mean, the song was so bad that I saw it and I put it on Facebook. I said, "What is this crap?" And people were making fun of me. They were like, "Doc, that's a spoof. That's not a real music video." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I got it. I must have messed up. I must be getting old. I thought it was real. I thought it was a real song." Well, guess what? It turns out that they were wrong and I was right. This was a real song. He became a real rapper. He was famous for about 25 minutes. And so I went on the Breakfast Club and he came in the day before me. And I was like, oh God, I'm so glad that guy didn't come in the same time I did because I just can't take it. It's too much. And somebody said, no, Doc, he's actually really smart. He just acts dumb, because he wants to, make his song popular. And I said, okay, now you're really done made me mad. Now I'm really pissed off because it'd be one thing again if he was dumb, I would forgive him for his disability. Like, okay, you just think this is good because you don't know any better, and that's okay, right? It's all right. But the fact that you know better, the fact that you're smart and you're behaving this way, you're behaving like a damn animal, just because so these white folks will write you a check, that bothers me, man. That really, that really just that makes it doesn't just upset me. It angers me because you're damaging so many of our children. You're not, as a black man, I think that we all have a responsibility to be stewards of the community, right? I think this is why I love to mentor black kids. I love to, I was happy to marry a woman with kids. Like, even though the guys are like, don't do that. I didn't, kids are, black kids are great. That's the future, right? I invest in the future. And to me, when we don't uphold that responsibility and we give them just horrific examples and don't try our best to at least try our best to set a good example for them, that makes me sad. I think that that's a dereliction of duty. I think that we have not met our responsibility. And I encourage you to consider what I'm saying. I'm not, you don't have to agree with me. I'm an angry black man this morning, and I understand for some of us it may be a little bit hard to digest. But I say this in love. I will, and in fact, I don't. I say this in love and just with clear determination. F the culture. F that culture. Ain't nothing about that culture. I just dissected that. There's nothing about that culture that's going to promote your wealth. There's that culture is part of the reason that black wealth is not going up. Now, who's responsible for the creation of this horrific demonic nonsense? I don't know. We can debate that. I'm not here to say black. I don't think black people created any of that. I don't think that black folks had anything to do with planning this. I think that there were people who might have planned this who don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you thrive. They don't want to see your children safe. They don't want to see you happy. They don't want to see you unified. They don't want to see your families. They don't want to see any of those things because when you are unified, when you are intelligent, when you are prepared, when you are solid, it makes it that much harder for them to exploit you. And I've talked to you guys about this, that capitalism is built on the exploitation of those who are unprepared. So we got to prepare. So you can take that culture and shove it up your butt. I don't want no parts of none of that nonsense. If you tell me I'm not connected to the culture, that to me is a compliment because I'm build I want to build a new culture. I think that that's what we really deserve as a people. So anyway, I'm gonna finish up. If you want to know the stock, I mentioned to you guys, I was gonna give you a stock that I want to buy. It is Uber. I am buying Uber because I believe Uber has a great capacity to possibly become very powerful, very dominant. I think as this robo-taxi thing kind of takes place, there are many players in the robo-taxi space, and I believe that they're going to have to go through Uber because Uber has a really extraordinary infrastructure that will the technological infrastructure that will allow them to be a critical aspect of the long-term development of this robo-taxi space. So I think Uber is a stock worth taking a look at. Of course, this is not investing advice. This is just me just talking to you. All right. So the second thing I wanted to do was those of you who are in here. By the way, if you want to get on the text list and be invited to this class, we meet every morning at 7 a.m. You can bring your family. That's all I ask. Or you don't have to pay anything. Just pay attention and bring people that want to hear something that is going to help them. If you want to be invited, just text on your phone. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And last but not least, Laura Key, she's an international real estate expert. Right now, in the Fly Nubian Money Club, she's doing a special session on how to buy your first property. So you can't say nobody told you. She can answer all your questions. I put that link in the chat. So if you guys want to go, and if you're watching like right now, you literally can leave right now and go over to her session and then decide if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. I put the link in on YouTube, and I just put the link inside the Zoom. So feel free to go hit that link, pop over there, and check out what she's doing over there. I'm gonna go watch because she's super smart and she knows a lot about real estate. And I want to support you guys in your effort to buy property and to learn how to get past the loopholes. All right. So anyway, hope you guys have a great day. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. And last but not least, if you want to start your wealth building journey, feel free to go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. So have a good day, everybody. Oh, and one more thing I want to mention too is I forgot to mention that Aisha Verzi is in here, and she is If you're interested in real estate stuff like that, Aisha's been a supporter of the Black Business School for a long time. So if you want to talk to Aisha about whatever you're doing with your family in terms of real estate and stuff like that, then you can not real estate, I'm sorry, insurance and whatever your financial goals are, you can give her a call. And Aisha, if you're here, put your phone number in the chat so that everyone can see it because I don't have your number in front of me. So share your phone number so that others can give you a call. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you, and I will see you all very, very soon. Take. Hey everybody, I am so sorry that I am late. I had some Wi-Fi issues today. It was kind of weird. My Wi-Fi just literally I came in and my laptop was in airplane mode and I don't know why. I don't know what that meant. So be prepared for shenanigans because the cable company may be acting a little bit weird. And so with that being said, I again am sorry that I was a couple minutes late. My apologies. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. I was in the 5 a.m. club again this morning. I'm proud to announce that. I got up actually at 4:45 and I went to the gym, lifted weights, ate breakfast with my wife, had a good day. Good morning. It was a good morning and life is very pleasant in this part of the world. And I believe it can be pleasant if you make it pleasant. You know, you have a choice. I think we all have a choice in terms of making our lives into what we want it to be, and or at least you have some say in that. So never ever let anybody make you think that your life is out of your control or that you don't have the power over your outcomes. I mean, that's just a depressing place to be. And so anyway, I just sent you all a text to to let you guys know that class was starting now. And also, what I decided to do today was to kind of open the floor up, and we're gonna just do kind of a Q&A sort of thing. I had some stuff that I saw, in media that I thought was worth discussing, but I said, let me go ahead and just let you guys ask questions, and I'll just try to answer as many questions as I can, and try to make the questions one sentence long so I can answer as many questions as possible. And I want to just start the day also by just kind of giving you a quick affirmation to let you know that, you deserve wealth. I don't know if you feel that way. I don't know if you believe that or not, but you deserve to be wealthy. And I think that a lot of people don't believe that. I think that people, I know how it's almost like I feel like sometimes people get mad at me when I say things like, well, your kids don't actually have to work for anybody if you plan ahead. And they just say, what are you talking about? Nobody can live like that, and I'm like, no, rich people do. Rich people do. I mean, really, do you think that Elon Musk is preparing his children to get a 9 to 5? No, Elon Musk is the guy who he would say things that would make people mad. Like he'd say, well, people like me who drop out of college, we go hire the college graduates to come work for us. We get up and work in our bathrobe and they have to put on a suit to come impress us with their college degrees. And I'm not saying that college degrees are not valuable. I think that they are, but I think that we do have a society that spends a little bit too much time prepping people for the workforce. I listen to people talk, and I just notice the default language that exists amongst most people when they're talking about just what their kids are going to do in the future, and they're at career fairs and job fairs and being trained to get ready to get a job and what career do you want and all that. And I think all that's fine. I think it's fine, but I would rather have my child have either a capital base or at least access to capital than to have a degree, honestly. I think degrees are nice. They're good. They look good on the wall and they can help you get a job. But I'd rather have my child have some wealth or some resources so they would know how to use those resources to generate income. Those of you who do things like sell stock options with us in Prime, you know what I'm talking about. You've seen this. Yet some of you that are investing have made probably I one guy told me the other day, he said I made $100,000 this week. I kid you not. This is somebody that's like right here in the same room with you. And I'm not saying that you can't do other things. I'm saying that they don't tell you everything. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that they tell you all the ways out here that there are to make money. And because I think they get you sort of living in this scarcity mindset. If they get you living in a scarcity mindset, it's very easy to scare you and it's very easy to control you. So if you ever want to be scared and controlled and not live your best life, let people convince you that that the struggle is the only thing that's constant, and that life is always going to be hard, and that opportunities are scarce, and that you have to go beat up the person next to you so you can get the job that they don't want, or you can get that man if you go and sabotage this girl's relationship or steal a man from your best friend or something. Whatever, right? I just think the scarcity mindset is very scary. It leads to really bad outcomes, and it doesn't put you in a place that you want to be. I think that an abundance mindset opens the universe up for you, and I encourage you to consider that and think that way, and just know the answers are out there for whatever it is you want to be, wherever it is you want to go. And all you got to do is prepare, get information, and prepare. It's hard to do these things overnight. Like I was explaining to you guys that it's really hard for me to tell you how to make $1 million tomorrow, but it's very easy for me to tell you how to have $1 million in 20 years. Very easy. It's not. It's like two plus two, right? So if you give yourself time, you plan ahead, you form the right habits, you can be wherever you want to be. And I just encourage you to remind yourself that you deserve to be wealthy. Your kids deserve wealth. Your kids deserve whatever life you can imagine for them, and then you imagine the life, and then you build a plan out to create that reality, and then you execute. Once you execute, then you win. I don't think our society is has a lot of that in it. I don't think there's a lot of discipline. I don't think that there's a lot of encouragement to sacrifice. I think that there is a false belief that you can just have it all, that you can just ball out at every moment of your life and waste time and make bad choices and not get information and not think things through, and that everything's going to be all right. I was even talking to our girls about this. There's this Disney girl, Shy something Jackson. Anybody seen her before? Yeah, there's this Disney girl, and I felt so bad for her because she got pregnant by some thug, and he literally tweets something really disrespectful about her on Twitter. I'm not even gonna say what he said. They said his account got hacked, but whatever. But then I see another picture of him. With his other baby's mama, and he's in handcuffs and he's kissing his kids with his other baby's mama. I'm like, wow. So this is so sad that this Disney girl is not gonna live a Disney princess lifestyle. She's gonna be a baby mama, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything bad about that. I'm not here to put anybody down. I wouldn't do that, but I just kind of think it makes me just think about how quickly we do little things that can ruin our lives. Really, to be honest, I mean, let's just be honest. It can kind of ruin your life. Like there's gonna be a lot of tears. She's gonna shed a lot of tears from a lot of the stress and the hardship that comes with the road that's in front of her. Being a mother is already hard enough. Being a mother with a terrible father is, especially one who doesn't want the kids, is really really bad. And so I really think that our unwillingness to stop for a minute and just meditate on things keeps us making the same mistake over and over again. Like I kind of feel like if your goal is to master life and maximize your reality, you would look at a mistake and say, let me dissect this. Let me break this down. Let's do not an autopsy, but let's do like a CSI, forensic investigation as to how we got here. What are the steps that got us here? And when you study that, that's data, that's information. Just like a doctor studying a disease, you should study life. I study life all the time. I started doing that when I was 22 years old. I went to Indiana University. That's where I met my wife, and we were friends back then. They people make fun of me because they think I was friend zoned for 20 something years. They don't understand. Like I just didn't want to get married. I didn't want to get married that young, to be honest with you. But anyway, that was when I met her, and I lived by myself, and I would just sit there. And I was lonely. And then when I stopped being lonely, I started being reflective, and I started to enjoy being by myself because I started to see things. I started having insights. I would understand life. I would analyze my life. I'd look at the past, present, future. Then I would look at other people's lives. And I was thinking this 30 years ago as a 20 something year old, 22-year old, and I was thinking, hmm, I wonder one day if I'll ever be able to share these insights that I'm coming up with other people. I wonder if anyone will ever care enough about what I think for me to just tell them the things that I'm noticing just by sitting still, just by thinking. Like, has anybody ever noticed this? I know I'm kind of being reflective now, but and I'm going to answer your questions. I promise. We are going to do that. So put your question in the Q&A section, please, and I promise I'll get to it. But has anybody ever noticed how, like, if a guy, like, you can have a guy that's running the streets and he's like half crazy, and then he goes to prison for a little while, maybe like 3, 4 years, and sometimes he'll come out and he'll be like the wisest man in the world. Like he'll be really, really smart and sharp, and he's read books and he's thought about his life, and you ever seen that? Right. And this really speaks to the fact that what happened to him was he was blessed to some extent. Not that prison's a blessing. Prison's a nightmare most of the time. But one blessing of that experience could be if he uses it the right way. Like they always say, don't do the time, or do the time, don't let the time do you. I think that's what they said. So if he uses it as a blessing, what he's where he's been blessed is that he's had two things: isolation and boredom. Just literally sitting still. You can't move. You can't run the streets. You can't get caught up. You can't go chasing women. You can't go smoke more weed and drink more liquor. You have to sit right there in your cell by yourself. So you are isolated, and you are. It's like you and your thoughts. So that's when he starts reflecting on all his choices and the consequences and his kids and his life and where he wants his life to go. And then if he's really lucky, he'll do like Detroit Red did before he became Malcolm X, and he'll meet somebody, maybe a brother from the Nation of Islam, who says, "Hey brother, let's talk about your life. Let's think about things a little bit." And he explains things to him, and then that leads to more thoughts. And next thing you know, you've got this whole different person that literally goes from being maybe the worst of us to being the best of us. Like that's what happened with Malcolm X. I think Malcolm X became Malcolm X because he went to prison and because he met people that got him to think a little bit about his life, and he started to use his power for different purposes, for good as opposed to something negative. So I kind of will think I think it reminds me of when you have kids that are 5 years old and you put them in timeout so they can think about what they did. Right. So I think all of us kind of need a timeout. I think that's the conclusion you can walk away with on this. I encourage you when it comes to your finances, you might need a timeout. When it comes to your relationships, you might need a timeout. When it comes to your mental and physical health, you might need a timeout. So what does a timeout look like for you? Does that mean taking a little trip? Does that mean sitting on your porch? Does that mean shutting the door and not letting anybody else in? Does that mean spending 2 or 3 days just all alone, no TV, no distractions, and no social media? Does that mean detoxing yourself? Detoxing from social media can really help you as well because social media is built on keeping you as a dope addict. Just dopamine, dopamine, dopamine. Ding, ding, buzz, buzz, scroll, scroll. It's an addiction. Do y'all know this? How many of y'all know this? That the people who created social media literally studied gambling addictions and how to how do you make somebody into a gambling addict by manipulating the dopamine levels in their brain? Does anybody know that? Anybody know like that this is the science? And does anybody also know this? Tell me if you know this. Most of the people that market social media to you, they don't let their kids use social media very much. They're like, oh no, no, we don't get high on our own supply. That's what they're saying. The dope man, don't get high off your own supply. You remember that, right? So they don't get high on their own supply, but it's perfect for you and your kids because that's capitalism, folks. That's how capitalism works. I didn't invent it. I don't necessarily like it all the time. But I can see it when I see it. I identify it when I see it. I know what it looks like. I know what it means. I know what it causes people to do. I know that sometimes it causes us to put ourselves in bad situations. So I know that you have to watch out. You have to be thoughtful about it because if you're not, it's going to eat you up. If you're not a conscious person in our society, I think society will destroy you. So don't let that happen to yourself. Right? And so, and my apologies to Sky Jackson if I offended her. I just felt bad. I've learned from a lot of very solid men, and what happens is that when you become a solid man, you can identify weak men in a second. You just see it, and so when I saw the person she got pregnant with, I said, "Oh Lord, she fell for it again." They love the bad boys, and it's like the Batman and the Joker, right? And I was explaining to my wife, I said, I see the bad guy and the good guy as being like the Batman and the Joker. Like the Batman and the Joker are equally powerful. The Batman and the Joker fight each other, and because they believe in different things. And so ultimately, Batman and the Joker both have their appeal. Both of them are appealing to women that are, attracted to things like testosterone and power and confidence. But Batman is the man who's going to pursue you because he wants to marry you and protect you and take care of your kids and build a life with you. The Joker just wants to get you pregnant. The Joker just wants you to be baby mama number six. And so what happens is that in the black community, this is the thing that I just find hilarious is they take our black men. We got our Batmans. I want to be a Batman. I always wanted to be a Batman. My daddy was a police officer. He protected people. His definition of masculinity was to provide, to protect, to secure, to make sure your people are good, take responsibility. I always wanted to be Batman, but then you got these jokers. You got these jokers, you know, the drug dealer, the gangster, the wannabe thug, the guy that sits around in his liquor and weed and his women all day long, and he looks appealing to the young girl who don't know any better, you know, who never had a good example. So he runs, you know, and it's all exciting for a little while, and then he gets you pregnant, then he runs off to the next lady, and your heart's broken, and you're sad for the rest of your life. And I just kind of think that that like I really I see dating that way. I really do. I think that there are great men out here who are amazing for your life in the short term and the long term, who don't get the same attention as the Jokers do because the Jokers are good for TV. Because I think that society loves to see the black man when he shows up as a clown or as a thug or as an idiot or whatever, and they don't really like men like me. Men like me are very scary to white people. I'm far more dangerous than any gangster, thug, or criminal that they'll ever run into because I can dissect you and understand you, and I'm smarter than you, and I also am not afraid of you. And so that ultimately creates the competition that a lot of us are in. I think race really is a competition. I think this is why those of you that are race conscious, those that have a pro-black identity, which isn't the majority, I think that there are a lot of people who are still afraid to be truly black, to truly know what that means, right? That to know that being black doesn't just mean you going to the picnic or you joined a sorority or you, you know, or you, I don't know, or you know how to dance. Like being black also means that you have a care and an affinity for your community, your people. You believe that you are equal or even better than, well, I don't say better, but just as good as anybody else, and that you have infinite potential, and that building is the key to life. Like that's the goal. The goal is for us to develop and build something so we can be secure. Because I think that to some extent, to this point, we have been made to we're still colonized, we're still heavily dependent on other people to take care of us, and a lot of that's driven by the fact that even if you look on a fundamental level, um even if you look on a fundamental level of just, you know, what how we approach the economy, the majority of black kids are trained to go work for a white man. Tell me where I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. When it's subtle. They don't say it. Like we don't say like, "Hey, we want you to work for a white guy." We just assume like it will say. I heard a mom talking to her daughter about being a chiropractor, and they were talking about getting the training to be a chiropractor. And I bet in the back of their head, when they visualized what kind of job she would get, I don't think that they visualized her working for a black-owned business in that capacity. I think that they visualize her getting the degrees, getting the credential, and stepping into the economy as it is, and getting the opportunities that come with getting the degree. As opposed to the conversation I would like to have is I'd say the most important thing for you to get is not just your certification. That might come with it, but I think it's better for me to show you how to get a capital base and show you how to build a business. And because if you think about economics from the top down, and you're starting your kids in the penthouse, then what they realize is something simple that most business people understand, which is that you don't even have to be able to do the job in order to own the business that hires the people to do the job. I want you to think about that. Like I don't I could run a gas station. I could own 100 gas stations and never pump an ounce of gas. You do understand that. I could own I could own 20 nursing homes and know nothing about taking care of old people. Or do you follow what I'm saying? There are people who think this way. There are people who raise their children this way. I'm just exposing you to this. I'm not putting down anybody else's approach, but I'm telling you, if somebody can raise money, let's think about it like this. Let's talk about Elon Musk again. Some of y'all like him, some of you don't. You think Elon Musk, all the, okay, let me frame it properly. Every single month, Elon Musk announces Some amazing, innovative new technology that nobody has ever seen. Every month or two, he comes out with something new. He's got his Neuralink where they can put something in your brain and people that are paralyzed from the neck down can play video games. They even the Neuralink can actually even I think they said they eventually will be able to help blind people see. I could have sworn that they said that. Or maybe it's deaf people here. It's something like that. It's something pretty cool. At the same time, the same month, Elon Musk is like, "Hey y'all, look, we just launched another rocket to go up to the space station. We're gonna go get the astronauts that Boeing couldn't get because Boeing has become the white version of Soul Plane. They suck, but we're great. We're amazing. Look at what we just did. I just launched another rocket." And then a month later, 2 weeks later, Elon will be like, "Hey y'all, I just invented a bunch of robots that are gonna be in your house one day." And then he's like, "Oh, and by the way, we've got robo taxis now. Our Teslas can drive themselves." So I want to ask y'all a question. Answer me in the chat. Do you think Elon is inventing all that shit? Do you think Elon is sitting in the lab and coming up with all these amazing discoveries? Because they're real. I mean, he's obviously getting some benefit from it. He's worth $300 billion. He's on track to be the first trillionaire. So do you think that he's sitting there like doing all the work and the calculations and has all the degrees and credentials and certifications required to build robots and rocket ships and Neuralinks and robo taxis? Do you think he has all this in one man? No, he doesn't have any of that. You know what he does? He goes to the bank, he borrows another $10 billion, and then he says, "I'm going to go hire the best engineers." I haven't even mentioned the fact that he runs Twitter. Oh, I forgot about that $50 billion company that he runs in his spare time. Right? So he goes to the bank, he gets access to capital, and then he goes and he acquires all of the facilities and the technology, and he acquires the human beings that he needs to make it happen. And he says, "Okay, here, I want you." He doesn't even give the instructions directly because he probably doesn't even know enough about the technology to even give the right instructions. He gives instructions to the people who give instructions. He has a senior engineer that runs the SpaceX crap. Then he has another senior person that does the Tesla stuff. Then somebody else is responsible for the robots, and they report to him. And he says, "Okay, go build a robot. And I'll pay you." Access to capital, folks. That's the big boy game of economics. That's the big girl game. And what I'm challenging you to do is when you raise them damn black babies, I need you to raise them to put on their big boy drawers and their big girl panties. I need them to come into the economic system as a full-grown, fully prepared economic soldier and not as somebody coming in here trying to just skirt by and beg for scraps. No, I don't want no scrubs. We're not here to raise scrubs. We want to raise champions. That's what we're trying to do. Access to capital. Capital base. We talk about this all the time. Nobody ever talks about that. But I'm like, if you have access to capital, you don't have to go to school 4 years to learn how to do something. You just let somebody else waste 4 years of their life getting the degree, and you just go hire that person and let them come work for you. That's the kind of stuff that a guy like an Elon Musk might say that will piss people off. Well, you don't respect workers and you don't respect college degrees. No, I don't think he's saying that. I think it's a lot of respect for it because he pays lots of money to people that have these credentials, but he's the one that's worth $300 billion and the one that gets all the credit. So how you position yourself in this economy is just as important as what kind of skill you have. There are lots of great people that have amazing skill who get almost no credit for the hard work that they do. I saw a video that made me think. I have so much respect for hardworking people, tough people. It's speaking specifically about men. I have a lot of respect for the men that work hard and do the hard jobs because who else is going to do it? I don't think we value fathers and men like we should, and I think that that's a mistake. And I saw these guys, and they were all white. I try to learn from everything. I'm always watching things, and they were these guys were they worked on construction sites, and they would have they had this big old heavy thing that was like 7 tons. It was a big iron cross that was like 7 tons, and they were talking about this guy that was literally standing, it's like 40 stories in the air, standing on the bar. You know how they stand on a little thin little thing, and they're pulling down this 7 ton big iron cross, and in the wind, it's 35-mile-an-hour wind. And they were saying that this guy had taken like 6 months off because he had fallen and broke his back and both of his arms after falling 3 stories. But he came back. He still came back to work. They had people that died on that construction site. He had relatives that died on that site. And they were asking these guys, and these were just kind of like just manly men, like they go to the bar after they got done. They're sitting in the bar, probably called Cheers or something, right? And they're all sitting there drinking their beer, and they're like, "So why do you do it? It's so dangerous." And the guys say, "We do it for the money. We got to do it for the money." And so money is a motivator for a lot of people, right? Which is why I think money should be studied extensively by anybody who wants to have it, because money is a lifeblood that drives well-being for so many people. So I just kind of thought about that, and I said, man, these guys are heroes to me. I have so much respect for them. They should each make $1 million a year, because I wouldn't do that job for $1 million a year, because people die on that job, and I don't want to get hit in the head with a big 7 ton metal iron thing swinging in 35 mile an hour winds. I don't want that to happen. But why do you think that they make that choice? Like, let's think about this. Do you think that they would have chosen this as their way of making money if they'd been exposed to all the different ways to make money in this society? Do you think that they passed up all of the safe, high-paying jobs so they can get to the extremely dangerous job that probably doesn't pay that well? No, they didn't. They pretty much picked what they were exposed to. I bet you that they came from a culture. This is culture. I talk about culture a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. They probably came from a culture where that was how people made money. So everybody has a culture. Everybody has a culture, including you. And what I really want you to do one day when you take a time out is I want you to reflect on your culture and what you're persuaded to do, what you saw growing up, what other people around you were doing, and how that affected your choices in life. And then I want you to peek into other cultures, look at other perspectives, to look at, just try to see what you can learn from the way other people think about economics. Maybe in this class I've exposed you to some things that are different from what you might have seen growing up, and I want you to just make sure you have plenty of options for yourself. That's it. I just want you to be happy. I want you to find your correct place in life, and not feel restrained by the garbage that the world hands you, because remember, you black, and that ain't never gonna change. And I really do think that they kind of hand black people like the nasty piece of chicken at the bottom of the trash can. It's like, no, I want to eat steak and lobster with massa. I don't want to be, whatever he's eating, that's what I want to eat. I don't want to eat the rotted piece of chicken on the bottom of the trash can that you gave me because I'm black. We're not doing that today. So anyway, before I answer your questions, let me let you all know Aisha Verzi's here. Aisha is in the chat, and Aisha is she's great in terms of helping you with your financial stuff and talking you through things like insurance, stuff like that. So Aisha, put your phone number in the chat so everybody can see it. You can actually call her and just tell her that Dr. Boyce sent you, and she'll be really nice to you. And because she's a nice person anyway. But let her know that I sent you. So Aisha, put your chat in the put your phone number in the chat so everybody can use that. And also, don't forget that tomorrow night, today is Wednesday, so tomorrow night at 8 p.m., we're doing a very special event called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. It's very straightforward. This is like, this is stuff I can do in my sleep, and I'm going to break down 3 proprietary models we have in the Black Business School to turn kids into millionaires, or at least very wealthy, financially secure people, such that they only have to work for someone if they want to. They'll never have to work for someone because they have to. And so the 3 models are the KID model, knowledge, investment, discipline. The second model is the STURDY model, STERDY, which stands for systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, relationships and delegation for the youth. And then the last model is the poise model, keeping their poise, which stands for producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur. I'm going to break those down in detail. And remember, I don't teach any students. I have zero people. So John Hope Bryan asked me how many students are in the Black Business School. I said, "Oh, I don't teach any students, but I do teach teachers because all of you that have kids, you all teach somebody and you all influence somebody. Even if you don't have kids, you have a sphere of influence. Even if you are a kid, you can teach other kids, right? So I want you to come in with the mindset of a teacher because I can't teach everybody by myself. Everybody ain't gonna listen to me. Some people are turned off by me. Some people may think I'm a jerk or that I say things in the wrong way, and I can't change that about myself. But I think together, if there's 100,000 of us all teaching each other and elevating our thinking in our whole community, I think we can win. We have 169,000 students in the Black Business School. That's not millions. I'll never have as many followers as Cardi B or something like that, but I think we can do a lot with that 169,000. I ain't trying to reach everybody. I'm not trying to connect to people that don't understand me or that I don't understand them. I'm just simply trying to look for a few good men and a few good women because I believe that with a few good men and a few good women, we can take over this whole damn space. Seriously, because we know who we are, we know where we're going, we know what to do. And when you know who you are, when you know where you're going, and you know what to do, guess what? Most of the world doesn't know that. So they're going to follow you. They're going to follow you because you have clarity of purpose. You've been persuaded by yourself, not by me, but you've persuaded yourself that this is the right path, and then you're walking that path and you're explaining to others how to go down that path. And the next thing you know, they'll be following you because they're going to see the positive results that come from that, right? So this to me is what is called a solution. I know we don't talk about solutions much. People like to complain. I like to solve problems. I think this is a solution that can actually work. So anyway, if you want to join us tomorrow, I'll send you guys a link via text. Some of you have already signed up. It's gonna be, I think, well, all the materials and everything is yours for life. It's 199, but I think for everyone here, we dropped it to like 59 bucks. So it won't cost you much of anything. But and everything's yours for life. And it's called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. I've done this before and it's been very effective. So I think you're gonna like what you see. And that's tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. So make sure you get on the text list and I'll send you a link. Pull out your pen and write this down. Make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Mm. All right, and let me answer these questions here. Now I'm looking at the questions inside the Zoom chat, in the Q&A section. Dr. Vibe, my buddy out of Canada. How long do you feel the crypto spike will last? I think Bitcoin's going to go up to several hundred thousand. It's already up to about 89, 88, 89,000. I'm buying as much as I can because I believe that they are going to that it's going to continue to go up. Other cryptos are being affected as well. Even Dogecoin's going up because they literally picked they had the Department of Government Efficiency that Elon Musk is going to head, and they called it Doge, DOEGE, for Department of Government Efficiency, and so I think that's going to inflate this worthless crypto. So if you want to make some quick money with that, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't get mad at you. Don't put half your wealth in there or anything. What should we invest in considering the coming administration? Crypto is really big. Oil and gas, energy is a big one. Energy stocks. I sent you all a list of energy stocks that I like, particularly because AI is coming and there's no way to stop that. Big tech is going to benefit as well because of deregulation. Trump doesn't really like to regulate things. What was another area that came to mind? Yeah, I'm trying to think. And I just kind of think I don't bet against Elon Musk anymore. I mean, this dude, do you know that hedge funds lost $5 billion in a week because they were shorting Tesla stock? In the stock. So what happens when you short the stock is you need it to go down because what you're doing is you're selling it first and then you're going to buy it back later. So you want to buy low, sell high. So you sell it and you're hoping the price drops so you can buy it back cheaper, and it's not working. That stock is keeps going up and up and up. So I just bit the bullet. I said, okay, let me put some more Tesla in my portfolio, and that's it. I think I bought some Nvidia too, because I got some based on my research. I feel like Nvidia's got some ways to go up. But one thing that worries me is that valuations are going up so much that there's a good chance that you're going to see some sort of major correction or even a crash, especially if something bad happens. So just prepare for that. But I just think you can't avoid the stock market. There's too much money being made. Brandy, first time here. Hey, Brandy, I want to start buying stock. Where do I start? Brandy, you can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's free. It gets you started on the $5 a day plan. So that's blackwealthmasterplan.com. So feel free to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com and that'll get you started. Or you can join the Black Stock Market program. I'll send you guys a link at some point to invite you. We meet every Tuesday and just do nothing but stocks. Okay, let's see. Henry says, what's a good daily affirmation to help overcome the broke thinking passed on by parents and family? I would pick an affirmation that fits you based on what you're trying to overcome. If your issue is confidence, maybe you say some confident words to yourself, regularly. I don't think you should do an affirmation just once. I carry my affirmations with me all day long, everywhere. I've been doing this for 30 years, every single day, multiple times a day. I say things to myself that are going to energize me, help me see my possibilities, teach me to never give up, help me show up as my best. Because here's the thing, you can be the best, but if you don't show up as your best, then it doesn't matter. I'll say that again. In order for you to truly be the best, if you're the best at something, you have to show up as your best. In fact, I'd rather be a mediocre person who shows up as his best than to be the best person who shows up as mediocre. Do you understand? So I encourage you every day, renew the vow to yourself. Like every day, renew your commitment to showing up for your life in the best form possible. Some days it's going to be harder than others, but they got all kinds of stuff. It depends on what triggers you, what works for you. But like sometimes I'll go in the gym and I'll listen to motivate. If I'm feeling down, I'll listen to motivational speeches on Spotify. They got all these motivational things, and I'll just listen to it. So you have what's that guy's name? Eric Thomas. I love Eric Thomas. Eric Thomas be like Eric Thomas is like, you can do it. You can't give up. You got to keep going. You got to keep going, even when it gets hard. You got to keep going. You can't and you be on a treadmill like, yeah, I got to keep going. I got to keep going. How do you not get inspired by that? Right? And for some people, maybe it's like the Kirk Franklin. Kirk Franklin is a little crazy energizer bunny. That gets some people going. Just whatever that I think that's why a lot of people go to church for the spiritual renewal. I think you got to renew your spirit every day. I really do. Because what that does is that cues up the part of you that you need to show up. It gets rid of that whatever version of you is there and replaces them with the person that needs to be there for you to be the person that you got to be. So that's that. Those any little trick you can do. One thing I always tell the kids is I say don't ever say negative things to yourself about yourself because your subconscious mind is very powerful and it documents everything. So even as a joke, don't constantly dish yourself or overly criticize yourself because you will carry that around and eventually you will manifest these things. Let's see here. The mind and your words are very, very powerful. Let's see here. Can you explain how you can continue making weekly money weekly if you sell off your shares of a stock? How many shares do you need for consistent weekly monthly income? That you're right. That is a prime question. But for those that are in prime, I want you to know I just finished the new Moneymaker grid, so you can log in, and the Moneymaker grid is right there near the top. I'll say this too for those that are interested in prime where we generate income from selling stock options. That's a great program. You're going to like it. It's good for anybody that wants to make extra money. Maybe if you have some money saved up and you're trying to figure out how to make income from your stocks in a pretty safe way. It's not perfectly safe though. You when you invest, you can lose money. Never forget that. But it works really well. And there's probably some Prime members in here that will tell you about their experience. And so the number of shares you need to own, the answer is as many as possible. This is why having a capital base is such a great income hack. If a person has like 1,000 shares of like, I don't know, Marathon Digital or something, which costs about $23,000, then they can sell those options every week. Let's say they sell them for, I don't know, 70 cents or something. Well, that's $700 a week in extra money. That's $2,800 a month that this college kid has that they don't have to work for. That's to me, that's beautiful. And then if you save up your money and then you get say 10,000 shares, then that's not $700 a week, that's $7,000 a week. $7,000 a week is more money than some surgeons make. And I know people that make the amount of the income of a surgeon and don't even go to work. But what they did was they built a capital base. Anytime you make money from an asset, somebody has to acquire the asset. You got to control an asset to make money from it. So whether you own it or you borrow it, like think of it like a car. It doesn't if I need to get from point A to point B faster, having a car helps me. So I don't have to own the car. I could borrow someone's car. So the same thing is true with capital. Capital is like a car. It drives you to the land of the rich and the happy. So if I could get a car Like I get a bank to give me a car. I get my parents and family to help me borrow a car. I save up and buy a car. If I have a car, I'm always go faster than somebody on foot. Most American workers are on foot. Most American workers do not have a car, meaning they don't have any capital. So they have to find the capital where they can. And the capital that you have to lean on when you don't have any financial capital is human capital. Human capital is your body and it's your brain and it's your time. Those are three aspects of human capital. So whether you're talking about somebody selling their body for money or doing an OnlyFans or versus somebody who is an engineer that has to get up and go to work every day or a construction worker or anything like that, what they're offering, what they're selling is human capital. And it's valuable, but it's very costly because your time, once you lose it, you can't get it back. If you get sell your body, then that can cause you to sell something money should not be able to buy, and then also it's depleting. Human capital is depleting, so you get older, and you unfortunately, if you have someone that has only human capital, like let's say they're a construction worker and they get to be 75 years old, well, they can't live off that capital anymore. That capital has depleted. So financial capital, if you manage it properly, it does not deplete. If you own a building or if you own some land or you own stock, like that doesn't deplete. That doesn't get tired. That doesn't require time. And that's why that's the type of capital that you want to acquire for your family so that your children can go out into the world and truly live their life. The hard part about the capitalist system is it's built on human beings selling themselves to make the system work. And the way they trap you into selling yourself is making sure that you don't have other options. If the pimp can keep if the pimp can keep the hoe stuck in a trap where she doesn't have any options and doesn't know about any other options, then and is dependent on the pimp to provide the options, then the pimp will benefit and the other person will not. And I shouldn't say pimp and hoe, but that's kind of what it is. All of us at some point have felt that feeling of being somebody's hoe, and it's not fun. So let's see, Willa. Good morning. I would have gift stock to my boys for Christmas. They are 18. So would Robinhood be okay, or maybe another platform? I think Robinhood's great. Um, and really, because they're so young, you may want to maintain control of that stock. My grandma gave me some money when I was 18. I spent it all on my girlfriend, and that girl didn't even like me that much because I was 18 and I was stupid. That's what we do when we're stupid. So, and my grandma, it was back when you would write letters. My grandma is our Panther. But for those who are new, our Panther's name is Felicia. Everybody say hi to Felicia. That's my grandma. I bring her with me wherever I go because she's the first person that ever taught me about compound interest and financial literacy. So anyway, yeah, my grandma wrote me a long letter because I think that I don't know if she thought I was on drugs or something. Because I took the money because she had these savings bonds and I spent a bunch of it because my girlfriend's car broke down, and yeah, it was a whole mess. So really, generally, if you think about it, kids' brains are not even fully developed till they're 25, and unfortunately, some parts of society, you have some grown men who don't even grow up until they're 40 years old, and some women who are very immature as well. So I personally, if I'm leaving an asset to somebody, I would respect myself enough to not let them waste your hard work and hold on to that asset until they're ready. I wouldn't even tell them that it's really there. I would say I got a little something for you, so you can come to me if you need backup. But I'm not telling you how much it is because I don't want to take away from your natural developmental process. Where I think struggle is a little bit of struggle is good for young kids. I think having given them the opportunity to have a goal and a dream and a hustle. I think that's a wonderful experience. That's part of life's story that I don't think you should take away from them by saying, here's $250,000 and I did all the work, I had all the struggle, but you get all the benefit. I don't think that works. I think that spoils people. But I think if you ease them into the process, I think that's a little bit better. Let's see here. Are there any discounts coming for Prime? Not any that we're planning on, but then Black Friday's coming, so we'll probably do something then, Derek. So there will be something. But the price of Prime will have to go up at the end of the year because we're up to the capacity. We're almost at 2,000 students. So at that point, that's kind of the limit that we're able to accommodate for now. Let's see. Chantel Brooks, greetings, Dr. Boyce. With Trump being in office, is now a good time to file bankruptcy? Um, I don't really see where Trump being in office would affect whether you'd file bankruptcy. I think it's a personal decision. I wouldn't look at Trump. I don't. I mean, Trump's being in office, it did affect our family because we owned certain stocks that made money because he was there. But besides that, if I was doing the bankruptcy, I don't think I would not do it because he's in office. That's because he's not going to come get you out of bankruptcy. He's not that kind of guy. Andre, hey, Dr. Boyce, I'm having an issue with stock options I'm selling this month. I'm not seeing the recent moneymaker grid. Okay. Okay, Andre, so why don't you, okay, you said you emailed support. Okay, so I'm going to take a picture or I'm going to write down your name, Andre. Andre, yeah, so make sure you have the right email address because I've talked to support and they guarantee me they check the email regularly all day long. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And also, if you put your email in the chat, I'll write your email address down or your phone. Well, if you want to put your phone number, you don't have to do that, but something I can give that directly to the team myself to make sure. Because the Moneymaker Grid, if you log into Prime, it's right there. It's right there near the top, right where you get the link to join class. So that's where it is. How do you feel about marijuana stocks now that Trump's in office? I think that they're still going to do well. It's just going to take time. I think that, I mean, Kamala would have been better for cannabis, but he's going to be president, not her. Maybe next time though. But I think that eventually the legalization of weed will be a bipartisan issue. I do believe that. Is it worth okay, let's see here. Is it worth considering bankruptcy given its negative consequences? Yeah, bankruptcy is not the end of the world. Bankruptcy does not mean, you know, like you're a loser and that your life is over. Bankruptcy is protection. That's all it is. It's a financial incubator that allows you to rebuild. It's a fresh start. That's what it is. It's not. Don't think of bankruptcy like, oh, I'm a failure. I declare bankruptcy. Because if you're a failure, I'm a failure. I've declared bankruptcy. I did that, many years ago. Life was hard. I have not always had money, and so I would not think of it. Don't be ashamed. Just think about what your life is going to look like going forward and what decisions you're going to make. And don't beat up on yourself about bad choices you've made to this point. You can't fix that. I know some of you, maybe your credit score isn't what you want it to be. That's okay. I've had bad credit. Maybe some of your finances aren't where you want them to be. That's okay. I've been broke. I bet I've been broker than you at some point because I've been pretty broke. You can't go much lower than zero in your bank account. And even though I've tried, right? I think some of us have tried to go super negative, and um, and it's all right. It's okay. First of all, money's not the most important thing in the world. I just want you to really, I hope you can understand that. I talk about money a lot, but money is not, the be all end all. Money is a tool to give you access to all the things that money can't buy, like your peace and your happiness and your fulfillment and it's spending time with family and doing the things you love and passion and all these things. That's what the money does. That's why I want you to master the money, not so you can just get on Instagram and do a bunch of irritating, gaudy, arrogant gestures to make your friends feel bad about how well you're doing. Like you ever see those people that take a picture next to the new Mercedes with a big bow on it, and they'll put a hashtag blessed. I'm blessed. My man blessed me with a new car. That's shallow. I hate stuff. That stuff is so shallow to me. I remember Cardi B and her husband in that disastrous, toxic marriage that they were in. They were constantly getting on Instagram where he showing where he buys her a new car for her birthday or she bought him a Lamborghini for Christmas and people get caught up in all that and I feel bad for people that think that way because that tells me because you have a financial deficiency, you're focused on the material and you think that means she's got this great marriage because her man bought her a car. But then a couple years later you see her on Instagram in clear emotional distress. Both of them are in distress and they're in front of millions of people. They're airing all their dirty laundry. Well, you slept with so and so, and you did this and you did that, and that's not what amount of money is worth that type of embarrassment and emotional distress, and not to mention what that's going to do to the baby when the baby grows up and starts reading and watching videos from her parents just 5 or 6 years earlier. This is terrible, right? So there's a whole lot that happens beneath the surface. Once you get past the superficial and the surface stuff, the interesting stuff, the meaningful stuff is what's under the surface. And so when I look at the way I view a Cardi B marriage is I view it as a turd that's covered with like chocolate icing and gold. It is laced with gold and chocolate icing, and it's in a big, beautiful box with a nice big bow in like a Tiffany box, but there's a turd in the middle. Right? That's literally what I see. I just that I don't there's nothing about that lifestyle that where I say, "Oh yeah, that would be the life. That would be amazing." No, I think a healthy, happy life is a requirement for you to be able to enjoy your time on this planet, right? And then go make the money too, because the money helps. All right, so let me keep going. Carl, good morning, Dr. B. I'm sorry I missed the stock market Tuesday. It's okay. Where WULF is an excellent stock to sell options. You know what? I don't have the ability to look up stocks to sell options on right now, Carl. We'll call a prime class pretty soon. We're gonna do one in the next week. I'll also do some. I sent out a link to a Q&A I did this week where I answered a bunch of your questions. If you log in, drboyceprime.com, you go inside, you can leave the question again, and I will, or leave your questions for the next Q&A. I'll do another one in the next couple of days. Also, some of you asked about the email again. What's the support email? Write it down. It's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Don't forget the THE. Let's see. Do you like target date funds? I don't know a whole lot about those actually. Target date funds. I guess what mutual funds have a target date for bonds or so. I don't know. You know, I honestly I'm not an expert on any of that. So, but I can be. So, let me look that up because I don't know much about target date funds. So I apologize for not being able to answer that question. Willa. Good morning. I want to give. Oh, you already asked about the boys. Okay, good. All right. Let's see. Estella, good morning. I have several questions. Okay, I'm gonna answer one. So one question at a time. Do I need to purchase attentional instructor to ensure that I properly have my daughter use the Millionaires of Tomorrow curriculum? Um, Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can guide you through that. They're very helpful. Basically, our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow curriculum for kids is structured so that the goal is, and the promise is that if your child goes through all the material, takes the self-study exams, and gets the certificate, they'll have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult. That's what we can do. That's what I do. So basically, with that material, what you do is you can maybe give your kids a little bit of money, give them $10 or something, and have them watch the videos. The videos aren't that long; they're 2 or 3 minutes. They're animated, they're interesting, they're fun to watch, and then have them take the little short quiz and then move to the next batch, maybe the next day or the next week, and then they can be done with the stock stuff pretty quickly. And what happens is that they've learned a lot of the basic things that most people never get exposed to that will put them light years ahead, definitely ahead of kids their age, and really actually ahead of a lot of adults. You'd be surprised how many adults were never exposed to even the basics of finance. And so by the time they're done, you're going to notice a difference, and you might actually light a fire under some of your kids. Like I can't count the number of kids, especially the boys, where the mother might have had trouble with him. Like he was uninterested in school, not doing well in school, but he was interested in money. I was like that when I was 11. I would have done anything to make some money because I was broke and I wanted to have some. And so we got teenagers that have $200,000 in their stock portfolios now. Constance Carter tells a great story about her son, and he started when he was about 11 with the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, and now I think he's 20 now, and now he's got more money than 90% of all Americans do. And there's another kid, what was his name? Caden. Caden could not speak well when he was a kid. He had to go to a speech pathologist, and they thought he was slow, but he wasn't slow. Caden is a graduate of Black Millionaires of Tomorrow, and I mentioned I saw Caden and his father at InvestFest, and Caden is 14 now. I asked him what high school he was going to. He said he's not going to high school because he already graduated. I also then said, "Well, what college are you going to?" He said his father said, "Well, he's not going to go to college because he's already making more money than all the college graduates. So he's already making I'm going to guess $1 million a year, not to guess his money, but I think Caden's doing quite well. He's 14 years old. And these are the types of kids that I think we can mass produce this. Like the thing about Caden that I love is like he's extraordinary now, but he's extraordinary because his parents made him extraordinary. I think that if you take that poor kid and if you put him with bad parents and say, a really bad public school system, he'd be a different kid. Let's just say that he would. I don't think he'd be. even a fraction of what he is right now. So that little bit of parental intervention or the courage to think differently or the courage to be honest about what these systems are and are not giving you goes a very long way with children. Yeah, Mr. Jan Jasmine, you're right. Nuri calls it the public fool system. And it's hard to argue against that. I mean, what are they producing? They're not mass producing all these amazing young men and women that can come and rebuild the black community. They're mass producing people that are going to be slaves. That's what they're doing. And even the smart ones become slaves. They just become high paid slaves. So I don't want to produce that. That's not of interest to me, to be honest with you. I think it's fine to do what people want to do, but that's not going to move the needle. I'm sorry. It's just not. Let's see. Is there a cost for tomorrow night, Juanita? Yes. If you can go to kittyboss.com if you want to take a look at the event for tomorrow night. And we did offer a discount. I don't know if the discount's still in effect though. It's 199 for lifetime access. So everything that happens, all the slides and everything else, you have access to that. You can share it with your whole family. So it's buy one, get five free. And so 199 is the cost. And actually, okay, I see the discount still there. So that 199 is actually discounted to 59.70. So I can't say how long that's going to be up there though, because it's actually not supposed to be there. So you may want to go to kittyboss.com and go ahead and grab it now. It's Kiddie, Kitty, Kiddie, boss.com, kittyboss.com. Okay, so let's see here. You're welcome, Juanita. Mia says, where's a good place to start in the Black Business School if you're new here? Well, I think that this class is a great place to start so you can kind of know what we do, what we believe, and if it's a fit for you. And also to know that I do this Money in the Morning financial consciousness training because I've always wanted to, because I actually, when I was writing the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I realized how it's financial consciousness and culture and all these other things that don't get talked about in textbooks that makes a difference in terms of wealth. But then also, I kind of don't like the way the internet does the financial stuff. I think there's a lot of people out there that are giving bad information, that don't know what they're doing, that don't have any training, to be quite frank about it. There's a lot of fake PhDs as well out here. A lot of people call them doctor this and doctor that, and people don't look at their credentials. They don't actually look to see, like, really, what does that mean? How did you get your doctorate, right? And so I just want to show you that we are legitimate and we're good and we're the best on earth at what we do. And then if you want to do more, then that's open to you as well. Black Money 101 is a good place to start. So blackmoney101.com is an introduction to the power of money. I guarantee you that you'll learn more in Black Money 101 than you learned in 4 years of college. I don't even know what the price is on there. It's not that much, but it's yours. All the materials are yours for life, and there's a lot of it. But Black Money 101, I guarantee you, will teach you more about economics than you learned in 4 years of college, the college that you're still paying for 15, 20 years later. I guarantee you. All right, so let me keep going. Let's see. What types of insurance does Aisha provide? Well, Aisha's right there in the chat. So Aisha, put your phone number in there so that they can give you a call and they can talk to you directly. She has a lot of good stuff. It's blackmoney101.com, by the way, if you want to go take a look. Let's see here. I can't see anything if people want to log in. You know what? Okay, so Dylan, I see you have a question, a list of stocks that you sent. Two things. One, I did send a list of stocks this week. If you are on the text list, check your phones. When I send you, sometimes I'll send you stuff and I'll say, here's a list of 7 energy stocks that I like right now. And also there's the section in the Black Stock Market program called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. And if you ever can't find anything, just know that the support team loves talking to you and supporting you and helping you in any way. So just send to that email, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you. Do you see a downside of proposed Trump deregulation? Yes, I do. Everything ebbs and flows. Like right now, I feel like it seems like the Democrats pushed everything pretty far to the left. So the country is now pushing it back to the right. And then eventually we're going to push it back to the left. That's what always happens. So deregulation becomes very popular when everything's nice and safe. Okay. When everything's really safe, deregulation looks like the path to go forward. But then what always happens is it's almost like if you're in a car and someone says, "Man, you're only driving the speed limit. Um, you know, why don't why don't we drive a little faster?" And you say, "Okay, I'll drive a little bit faster, so I'll go from 65 to 70." And then they say, oh, we've been driving 70 for a while and nothing bad's happened. So why don't we drive 80? And then you go 80. And then they keep doing it again. Like, why don't we go 85? Come on, man. Let's have a little fun. We can get there quicker. As you keep going, then you're going 100 miles an hour down the road. And inevitably, at some point, perhaps you something happens and you end up crashing the car. And then when you crash, someone says, "Why were you driving so fast? That was bad. That was stupid. That was unethical. Whatever." And then you go back to driving the speed limit again because you've been traumatized by the crash that was inevitably going to occur if you continue to drive faster. So capitalism is the same way. Um, Up until '07, '08, the deregulation was popular. Bill Clinton deregulated a lot of the economy because the corporate captains that run your government wanted deregulation. The banks were like, these regulations are slowing us down. These are handcuffs. We got to be able to get out here and make some money. Everything's fine. It's going to be good. So Bill Clinton's like, okay, I'll sign off on that. He signed off on it and it worked for a while. And then Bush comes along and says, yeah, let's cut taxes because, we're making all this money and deregulation, everything's great. So they cut taxes and then boom, 9/11 hits. Well, now the tax cuts, you're going to pay for that because now you don't have the money to fund these really expensive wars that you're about to start in the Middle East. And then '06, '07 hits, and that's when mortgage-backed securities crash through the floor. And so the economy is on a freaking cliff. That's when Obama comes in. So then what happens is they go from deregulation and they're looking back and they're saying, wow, deregulation is what even allowed all this to happen. The mortgage-backed security crisis was just criminally bad. It was shocking to me that no one was really held accountable for this. Someone should have gone to prison or something. Banks should have been forced to pay $100 billion fines, something, and nothing happened. Nobody really got punished. But what did happen is you got the Dodd-Frank bill that got passed, which was a big stack of new regulations designed to restrict the amount of lending banks could do because they were making a bunch of crazy bad loans because you had the wrong incentives. So you went back to a restricted sort of framework with lots of regulation. And now you've done that for 13, 14 years. Now the banks are like, come on, man, take the shackles off, man. We want to really go make this money. Everything's fine. It'll be okay. So Trump comes in and Trump's a businessman and he's like, okay, yeah, let's deregulate because we can all make more money. And he likes to make money. And that's what's going to occur. But eventually, I mark my word, it's going to get out of hand. It always does. Capitalism is a greedy beast that doesn't stop feeding itself. So at some point, something crazy, terrible is going to happen. There will be a crash. They're going to take the economy to the brink, and then they're going to start regulating again, and the country will get pushed back to the left again. That's just how things seem to work. But that's just the theory of Boyce. It's not anything worth writing down. All right. So anyway, guys, I know that there's more questions, but we've been in here for a little over an hour, so I'm going to go ahead and adjourn for today. Again, if you want to get an invitation to the special event tomorrow night on how to turn your child into a millionaire, just make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also tonight, we are going to do our Powernomics training. In case y'all don't know, every Wednesday we do Powernomics training. We are big, big fans of Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics because I believe a community of builders and owners and pro-black people that really want to develop institutions is what we need, and that's what's going to get us at the top of the food chain in the 21st century and beyond. So if you want to join us tonight, I'll send you all a link to join the book club tonight as well. We meet about 8:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So anyway, and there's more stuff happening. I'll keep you guys posted. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Sometimes it makes sense to do that, or you think it's something that you should never do. Is it a hard no? Is it like okay, Chelsea says it depends. Calvin says depends. April, it depends. Marcus says heck no. He's probably thinking hell no. Okay, I see Irma says no. Okay, I see some yeses and some nos. And so what I want to do is kind of, I don't know, this was on my brain today, and I thought this would be a nice topic to drill into in order to just gain some perspective on some of this. So maybe when it comes time to make that decision, you'll have a framework that you can lean on that'll help you decide whether or not it works for you, whether or not it's something that you want to do. Believe it or not, there's financial research on almost everything. There's research on all kinds of topics in terms of what how people respond to money. As you know, money is power. Money is also a source of a lot of emotion. It could be a source of happiness and and feeling good about life, or it could be a source of tremendous distress. And so what I'm going to do is basically explain when you should loan money to relatives, okay? And not so much tell you that you should or should not do it, but just to say that if you ever thought about doing it, there are ways to do it safely, and ways to do it in a way where you're not going to end up hating your cousin for the next 40 years because they didn't pay you back. My grandfather. I've told you all how many times. How many of y'all know that my cousin was in that group TLC? Give me a yes if I've ever told y'all that story. I don't know. Some of y'all know me well enough to know the TLC story. But anyway, yeah, my cousin's in TLC, which I think is the greatest female group of all time. Her name was T-Boz, aka Tiana Watkins, and like I felt kind of awkward when I realized she was my cousin because I always thought she was the prettiest one in the group, and but you can't be looking at your cousin like that. That's just weird. And so anyway, our the way we're related is our grandfathers are brothers. Her grandfather's name is Sam. My grandfather's name is Matt. And basically, Sam and Matt, the reason I was asking my family, I said, okay, I know we got 10 billion cousins because they had a lot of kids, generate a lot of generational wealth in terms of children and family. Family is a form of wealth. We've talked about this. We talked about how your family is your multi-million dollar asset, but you have to activate it. It's just like a business or a trust. If you don't put assets in a trust, then a trust has no value. But if you put assets in the trust, you fill up that bucket, then that can become something that is creates generational wealth for the next 100 years. So or business. If you get the business and you work the business and you're skilled at the business, then the business can make you very wealthy. But if you're sloppy with the business or you don't know what you're doing or you don't put the time into it, then it's not going to help you. It becomes a liability rather than an asset. So really, when it comes to family and children, what I encourage you to really, really think hard about is how do we activate this asset? How do we really, take these little badass kids and really turn that into something that's just going to put our family, on fire in a good way. And help us to just really do some amazing things. And I spoke today with a brother that I met when I went to Atlanta. I don't have his name in front of me, but he was a black man that he happens to be a member of the Nation of Islam, which I told you all, I think that you should study the nation in terms of their philosophies on family structure, on economics, education, things like that, mental health, because there's a lot to learn there. Anyway, he had 3 kids. He homeschooled all of his kids because he didn't want them to be harmed by the school system. And now a lot of his kids, I think at least 2 of his kids work for him, and he has a very successful construction company that's doing really amazing work. And so, really, ultimately, I encourage you to really understand that children are an asset, but like any asset, you have to activate the asset. You got to work the asset in order for the asset to become worth anything. If you acquire an asset and you don't invest in it, it's going to fall apart. So, for example, I was listening to a podcast where they were breaking down whether or not private equity firms are good or bad for business. Is it good or bad when a private equity firm takes over a company? And they point out examples where it was good and examples where it was bad. Like Red Lobster pretty much got destroyed because the private equity firm came in and they sucked the company dry. It's kind of crazy how they do this. They do these things called leverage buyouts. It's crazy, right? So what they'll do is they'll say, we want to go buy Red Lobster, and they'll say, well, we got to borrow $3 billion to buy Red Lobster, so we'll put up three hundred million, and the rest, the 2.7 billion, we're gonna borrow from a bank. But then what you tell the bank is you say, after we borrow this money, Red Lobster is gonna have this debt. Red Lobster is going to go into debt. Not the person who's controlling the asset. The company I'm acquiring is going to take on this debt. So again, these are not specific numbers. The numbers vary from, situation to situation. But basically, Red Lobster is now in debt. Not you, Red Lobster, but you're able to control the company. So they're milking the assets. They're making all these crazy deals where they're just basically sucking the company dry. And then next thing you know, Red Lobster, which was a great business before the private equity firm came along, is suddenly saying, oh, we got to shut our doors. And they're saying it's because we gave endless shrimp. And it wasn't because of the endless or bottomless shrimp or free shrimp, all you can eat shrimp. That wasn't what brought it down. It was basically some moves by the private equity firm that allegedly caused this company to have so many problems. Okay. So ultimately, I think it's like, in a way, you can think about that like with children, where or any asset that you have, if you invest in the asset in a relevant way where you are pouring something into it consistently, you're not just sort of milking it dry. You can actually create something that's bigger and stronger. Like there's been times where private equity firms took over a company and made it better. Like Burger King, there was one company that took it over, and now Burger King's stronger than ever. And so that can work out very very well. But if you go the opposite direction where you either don't invest in something or you're just a taker and not a giver, then that thing's going to fall apart. And this is not just true for economic investments. This is also true for relationships. Relationships. Hey, seriously, has anybody ever had a relationship with a taker? If you're a giver or a pleaser or whatever it is, whatever however you might be defined by your therapist, has anybody ever been in a relationship with somebody who takes? How many of y'all have gone through that? It is the absolute worst feeling in the world. It's terrible. It's not fun. You don't like it. And takers tend to know they know who to go after. Believe me, take it from a man who's had money for quite a while. I can spot a gold digger from a 50-mile radius. I can pick up on it. I can pick up on the women that suddenly thought all my jokes were hilariously funny and that I was the most interesting man in the world and all this other stuff. And it's not, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, right? Because the studies show that the women are naturally attracted to resources and stuff. And I get that. But when I get a sense like, okay, that you're literally looking at me like fresh meat and you kind of know, like, okay, because this guy has this money, I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this. That's not interesting to me, right? When I married my wife, I specifically was happy to marry somebody where money isn't that important to her, and also she had her own money, so it wasn't as big of a deal, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about relationships, it has to be give and take. It has to be reciprocal. Some of you have relatives that take. You have people that you've had relationships with that take. And those sorts of interactions don't tend to work. They're not sustainable because you can't take from something forever without replenishing what you take. You can't, you, I'm gonna stop right there. You can't just keep taking and then not replenish. It's okay to take. See, this is the thing. People think that it's bad to take anything. I had a whole conversation when I spoke at UPS yesterday. I spoke to a young lady, 27 years old. She was a single mom and she was an airplane pilot. So we kind of really had a good conversation about airplanes and flying because I got my pilot's license, but she's a real pilot. I'm just a student pilot. And she was saying that she said, I really want to fly more, but it's expensive. I said, yeah, it is expensive. And she said, but I said, you're around all these airplane pilots. I just met with all the black UPS pilots the other day. They would love to help you. They would take you up. It wouldn't cost you anything. And she said, yeah, but I really don't know. I really don't like asking for help. And I said, no, 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 no. See, don't think like that. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to take things. You deserve support. You're doing great things with your life. I'm really proud of you. People will want to help you. I said, but if you want to make yourself feel better, make it reciprocal. If you feel guilty about taking, just give. Just make a rule. Give twice as much as you take. Right? So if somebody offers you help, it's not charity. It is mutual support. So when they come in and they say, "Hey, I'll help you fly. It won't cost you anything. We can take my airplane and whatever," then what you do is you say, "Okay, anything you ever need, I got you." Their birthday comes up, you send them a gift. They have a problem, you step up and you help them as much as they help you, and then it becomes a great relationship. Then you have a web and a network of people around you where everything is beneficial for everyone. It's a win-win-win-win-win. Right? And so taking is not the problem. Taking is not the issue. Taking is only a problem if you're not giving as much as you take. It's only a problem when it's not reciprocal, right? And this is the issue that you run into. This is why a lot of athletes go broke, why a lot of celebrities lose money, is because they're giving, but nobody's giving anything back. Nobody, and part of that is built around how you frame yourself. Some people frame themselves as charity cases. If I have a brother who goes off and becomes a rap star and he's making lots of money, maybe I define myself as a person who can do nothing for him except be a part of his entourage and just sort of hang around him and wait for him to pay my bills. Right. And that's not effective. What has to occur is that I got to say, okay, how can I help? Maybe you need security. Maybe you need somebody that can cook for you. Maybe you need somebody that can help handle your business affairs. Like, I want to help. I'm available. What you need, cuz what you need. And you have to have a mindset that says, okay, how can I activate you? LeBron did this. LeBron activated a lot of his friends. He didn't want a big entourage of a bunch of people just that he was just throwing money at. He would send them to places to learn skill sets that he needed. I do need a chef. Here, I'll send you to culinary school or whatever. I do need a business person. So I'm gonna make sure you get trained so that you know what to do with my money when I start getting rich. Rich Paul, thank you. That's his name. So long story short, there's nothing wrong with taking. I would think of it almost like when they do environmentalism. If you notice, the environmentalists, I think they have these rules like where like every tree they chop down, the environmentalists worked with the industrialists who want to go chop down these trees. So they have these little rules where it's like for every one tree you chop down, you plant five trees or something. So that works out perfectly fine. Okay. So don't think that taking is bad. Don't get to the point where you embrace this rugged individualism where you're trying to do it all by yourself, figure it out all by yourself. That's what a lot of folks do. I think a lot of people get caught up in that nonsense of thinking that they're supposed to conquer the world all by themselves, and that's very lonely. It's very, very hard. It typically fails, and it doesn't work. But if you find good people that will give to you as much as you're giving to them, then that becomes a beautiful thing. Then you can ask for things and it's okay. So let's talk about loaning money to relatives. So one of the things I want to sort of drill into, and actually before I forget, let me give you all this quiz that I created this thing. You can try it out. Tell me what you think about it. But it's a quiz on whether or not your estate plan is properly put together. And so this quiz will allow you to kind of figure out where you are. Remember, building all this wealth doesn't matter if you throw it all away, but when you die and stuff, because we're all going to die. And what's interesting is that a lot of us are not prepared for death. We just kind of, I don't know, think we're going to live forever or something. But you're black, and that doesn't happen for black people or anyone. Actually, no one lives forever. But black people, we kind of die a lot. So it's kind of important for us to kind of have a plan for that, especially if you love your kids and love your family and stuff like that. So in fact, that same single mom, and I hope I invited her to class, so she may be in here. I hope she doesn't feel embarrassed. I won't say her name, but I was talking to her about her. By the way, the link is in the chat. I did tell her, I said, as a single mom, you got to ask yourself, what happens if I'm not here tomorrow? If I'm not here tomorrow, what happens to my child? What happens to my life? Who knows where my bank accounts are? Who knows where my investment account is? Right. So anyway, so there's the link to the quiz. It's in the chat. So feel free to grab it and you can keep it and take it, or you can take it right now. It's totally up to you. And it'll kind of give you a sense of where you are in terms of planning for your estate. And also don't forget, if you want to be on the text list to get invited to this class, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here's a few stats on loaning money to relatives. I wrote about it a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And you can find a copy of that at drboycebooks.com. And so anyway, here's some data on loaning money to relatives. And I chose to write about this because I've loaned money to relatives before. I still do. And sometimes it hurts your feelings. It really does. Sometimes it's like, damn it, like who built these people that think they can borrow lots of money from you and just never pay it back? Like who created these childlike individuals? I call it childlike. It's a form of what I refer to as economic immaturity, because you don't understand, you're not grown enough to understand that that person who loaned you that money, they need their money. Like, what makes you think that you can take from other people and they're going to be okay? Like, who defined you to be the 30-year-old kid in the family? You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s. It's okay to ask for help. But when you ask for help and then you don't do what you say you're going to do, you don't pay back the money that's owed, somebody has to pay that price. In economics, we have a term that says or a phrase that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that means somebody's paying for that. So the idea that you think that you can take and not give anything, and that somehow it's going to magically get covered for or taken or sort of fixed by somebody else pretty much means that you have what I refer to as a form of economic immaturity. Because economic immaturity is where you're thinking like a child. Children do that. Children are like, I'll make a mess. Somebody gonna pick it up. Children think like, oh well, I need new toys. Somebody's gonna buy it. Not me. Not me. I mean, I think a little kid. And you get these like
35-year-old versions of little kids. Like, I just can't get a kid. I can borrow money. I just can't pay. I can't pay it back. I don't have no money. Right. So when you don't solve the problem, you're handing the problem to somebody else. And part of what creates challenges in a lot of our families is that, again, you got these grown ass kids, 45 years old. Hey, yeah, I can't, I'm just struggling, cuz I can't come up with nothing. No, that's not appropriate. Because if everybody thought the way you think, then everything would fall apart. Everything will fall to shit. It really goes deeper than that. Even goes, to the point of somebody making a baby and just being like, oh, well, my baby's mamas, they got it covered. They holding it down. They're holding it down because your weak ass can't hold nothing down. Like, that's what they're doing. They're holding it down so you can go play like a child. And they're the ones who figuring out how to go pick up the baby from school, how to take care of the baby when they sick, how to go buy an extra pair of diapers or a set of diapers that the baby needs. I mean, it's crazy to me. And it's not just men, right? It's everybody, right? So it's not just gender specific, but it's a mindset. It's a mindset that says, I am not without accountability. I can add no value to anyone else's life. And if I do have the ability to do something good for the world, I'm going to do it for me. Right? I'm going to do something that's going to give me pleasure, or I'm going to go buy me a new pair of Jordans, knowing that I owe my cousin $400 that they really needed when they loaned that money to me. That is a mindset. That is psychological. That is 100% in your brain, because there are other people who think in the completely opposite direction. There are people who say, "Gosh, I know you really need your money. I borrowed it from you. I'm going to get it to you as soon as I can. Even if I can't pay it right away, I'm going to do everything I can to try to make this right. I'm going to be accountable to you because I understand my role in the ecosystem. I understand my position on the basketball team. If I don't get the rebound, if I throw the ball out of bounds, or if I can't hit the open shot, then the team is going to lose. You understand? Because remember, your family is your team. Your family's your team. And a lot of your teams are losing because your players don't understand their position. They're not playing their position. They're not playing their role. You're passing the ball and they're asleep on the bench. Or you're waiting for them to play defense with you. You're playing defense all by yourself because they at the club getting high or something, right? So ultimately, this all is a mindset, and this is something that is detrimental. It costs the Black community trillions of dollars. There's so many different reasons that this horrific ecosystem does come into existence, because it's one of these things where you can't sort of isolate the blame. You can't say, well, it's because of these men or it's because of these women, because remember, a lot of these men were raised by women. So you can't say it's just the men, and you can't say it's just the women, because a lot of the women are abandoned by the men, right? And so and I believe that men, we have a certain type of power, and we do set a standard. So if we don't set the standard the right way and show up in the best way we possibly can, then guess what? Everything falls apart. This is where I become the old school Southern black man. I'm not politically correct. I don't give a shit about being politically correct. I believe that the man is the tent pole of the tent. I believe that the father, the man, you got this thing in your body called testosterone. You've got these big muscles and all this, and these other things that give you special skill sets nobody else has. And I believe that you set the standard. You are the tent pole of the tent. So if the tent pole falls down, the whole tent collapses on everybody. If the tent pole is flimsy, then the tent cannot withstand the storm. If the tent pole is short and tiny, then the tent's not going to be very high. So one of the things that I talk to our son about all the time is I say, look, man, you're the tent pole. You're the leader. You set the standard. You're 6 foot. He's 6'9", by the way. So he's not my biological son. I am not capable of creating a child that's 6'9". His father's a wonderful man, but I spend a lot of time with him in the house. I'm his bonus dad, and I love that role. I'm honored to play that role. And I just remember talking to him and saying, look, man, you're 6'9". You're very smart. You're a natural leader, and people sort of follow suit based on what standard you set. So in my view, when you see women around you that need help, you're supposed to step up. You have to be reliable. You have to be sturdy. If you're not reliable and sturdy, then it kind of creates chaos for everybody, and it's really disruptive to the Black community, because you have to have so many scenarios where women are like, well, there is no man here, so I'm going to be the man. And then it just creates all this awkwardness, because when a real man shows up, then you got two dudes trying to fighting it out for power, which just becomes chaotic, right? So again, this is my personal observation. And probably some of this is a reflection of my own unique experience. So I'm definitely biased, but I'm assuming some of you can relate to this because I think some of you see the imbalance that's occurring in our families and in our communities. So let's start with this basic idea that says if you talk about the financial side, you have to be you have to understand the code of conduct as it pertains to money and as it pertains to borrow money from family. So let me give you some stats on this. Basically, 57%, according to a survey by Bankrate, 57% of people who loan money to friends or relatives said they had negative outcomes, including damaged relationships, resentment, or not being repaid in full or not at all. So that means 57% of people endured what my wife talks about a lot. She has a workbook on this. They endure financial trauma. You endure financial, it's very traumatic when you loan a lot of money to somebody and you have this, this loving, touching, bonding moment where they're like, oh, thank you for coming through for me, cuz I appreciate it. Oh, it's all right. I got you. I love you too. And I just make sure you get the money to the landlord because I don't want you and the baby to get evicted. And then next thing you know, the person disappoints you. Like, it sucks. It's horrible. It's so painful. It just pisses you off too. You're pissed off, but you're pissed off because you're hurt. I had a cousin I loaned a lot of money to one time. He ain't the only one. And I remember that I like came through for him. Like it was like this triumphant moment of yeah, we're gonna elevate. We're gonna really do this together. We're gonna really, I want to see you do better in your life. And then the Negro disappeared. Like I didn't see him for 4 years. And when I saw him again, part of me was like, I want to knock you out right now. You sorry ass piece of shit. Excuse my French. It's too early to be cussing. That's how I felt. I was like, wait, we had this bonding moment, and you just lied to me. You just completely just fed me a whole fairy tale. I don't know if you own dope or something, because drug addicts are good liars. I was like, what happened? But then there's the other part of me, the part of me that went to therapy. That see, all of Boyce didn't go to therapy. Only half of me showed up with the therapist. The other half of me needs to. I need to go get him and bring him to the sessions with me. And the part of me that went to therapy was like, well, Boyce, forgiveness is a superpower, and you have to give them grace because not everybody can do everything that they plan to do, and you have to forgive, and you got to move on because being mad is not gonna help the situation. It ain't gonna get your money back, and also it's only gonna hurt you to be bitter and angry. So that was the therapy side of me, but the other side of me was like, I want to kick you in your testicles right now because you lied to me. So the anger that we feel it's driven by hurt. Like I felt that way because I was like so disappointed. Like, damn, man, that was a lot of money, man. And they told me not to loan you the money. I was being stupid to trust you, and I did it. And now I'm looking even dumber because I took a chance on somebody who didn't deserve my support. So what does that do? That then affects how you view loaning money in the future. Somebody else comes along, so with maybe a good investment idea, or maybe they really need help and maybe they're really going to come through, but you're all bitter, you're all scarred now. So now you're like, I ain't loaning money to nobody. I ain't never loaning money to relatives again. I hate my family. I hate my relatives. F all of y'all. F all of y'all. Like that's what happens. And you got to think about how toxic and unhealthy it is to go through life. Think about this. The Jewish community, they be loaning money to each other all the time. There's a section of India where they literally own like I want to say like 60% of the hotels in America, and like 80% of the 7-Elevens in America or something, because they loan money to each other all the time. They do. I forgot what it is. If somebody knows the name of that section, let me know. And I probably got the stats wrong. But they own an insane number of hotels and an insane number of 7-Elevens. Ironically, I have no idea how this happened. And it's because they're loaning money to each other. But you get into like a lot of black families, we like, I ain't never I'll loan money to a white man who I don't even know before I loan money to my own damn sibling. because these Negroes ain't nothing. And that's just such horrible energy to have to carry around. It's the Patels. Thank you, Mike. I did so generally speaking, let me go through the stats. Let me lay some of this out. All right. I'm gonna try to get more serious now because I'm in a goofy mood today. All right, so 46% of lenders lost money, according to the same bank rate survey. They said 46% of respondents who loan money to loved ones reported not being repaid. So think about that; it's almost half. That's just terrible. And it's not just Black people. This is a survey they took of Americans. Period. 26% feel resentment or hurt. I mentioned that there's a lot of hurt when you trust somebody and you go on a limb for them and they completely let you down. And so the question would become like, well, what made me trust you in the first place? That's when you question yourself. But then the question for them is, what made you think it was okay for you to do that? What in your culture? See, culture is very important when it comes to money, because in the Patels, apparently the culture is, you if you borrow money, you pay that shit back. If you borrow money, you pay it back. You pay what you owe, right? But for whatever reason, in our culture, it's like, maybe I'll pay you back, maybe not. And there's not sort of an understanding of the fact that you're not just going to lose the money there, but you're going to lose the relationship. So loaning money to people that are close to you, it's important to find a way to do it, because we have to share resources. That's a powernomics principle. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. But the downside is that it's a highly risky endeavor. It's a highly leveraged kind of thing, because so many assets that you have are correlated, connected to what you're doing. So what do I mean by that? Well, you're not just, when I loan you money and you're my cousin and we have this relationship, and then what happens is, by me loaning you money, I'm not just risking the money, I'm risking the relationship. Because if I loan you a lot of money and you don't pay me back, then I lose a cousin and I lose the money. And which makes me a double sucker. It makes me sit back and say, man, what was I doing? That was so stupid. I should have told my cousin no. But then that creates the other alternative, where you left somebody you love stranded like that. And it creates a special dilemma for those of you that are doing well. When you got extra money and your family knows that you're doing well, you're doing better than everyone else. So your survivor's guilt kicks in, and you want to make sure that you're there for other people, and you say things like, little things that don't typically mean anything, like, hey, let me know if you need anything. Well, that term means nothing if you're broke. If you have nothing to offer anybody, then if you say, hey, let me know if you need anything, then that's easy. It's easy to say it because you ain't got nothing to give nobody. So it's like a greeting. You just say it, just to say it. But what if you got like $1 million in the bank, and you say, you talk to your broke cousin because you want to keep it real, you want to be, you want to stay down, and you're like, hey, let me know if you need anything. And then 2 hours later, they're like, hey, we got a situation. And I had a cousin, he would always call me and say, hey, cuz, I got a situation. And I'd be like, oh Lord Jesus. Like, I don't want no situations on my doorstep. And so so long story short, I even got to the point where um I was afraid to even say, like, let me know if you need anything. And that's crazy. That's like a reflection of very awkward trauma, because there was a big burden that suddenly came with even saying that. I remember I saw an old friend from high school, and he was my buddy in high school, but I hadn't seen him for many years, and I saw him in Walmart, and he wasn't doing so good. To be honest with you, he wasn't really big on education or nothing. So he kind of ended up where you end up when you don't make the right choices. And I remember saying, "Hey, all right, man, well, good to see you. All right, well, let me know if you need anything." Why did I say that? He literally called me 2 hours later. He needed me to. He got in a fight with his wife, and he was trying to move out that day from the house. It was something crazy, something really weird. I was like, I don't want to be in the middle of your drama. I don't even know you like that. But it was like that was an example of where even that little statement, like, let me know if you need anything, that can be kind of weird. So anyway, let me read more of the stats, and then I'm actually going to give you a solution. You guys know I want to be solution oriented and not just talk about the problem. So another thing is that family loans often lead to unspoken expectations. Research from the Pew Charitable Trust in 2019 highlighted that people often struggle with unspoken expectations when they loan money to relatives. The absence of formal contracts or repayment terms tends to exacerbate misunderstanding. So that means that if you don't have something written down, maybe a contract or at least something written on paper, then you can have misunderstandings. Misunderstandings are literally the trigger for a lot of broken relationships. But then also sometimes people loan you money and they expect more than just the money. Right. So all money isn't good money. This is a general principle that you have to be really thoughtful about who you take your money from, because when they give you money, many cases there's something else that they expect. So for example, that's why with the All Black National Convention, we don't take any money from corporations. We don't take any money from the government. We don't take any money from the Democrat or Republican parties, because I know money well enough to know that you're not going to write a big fat check without having some sort of expectation that comes with that check. Like, oh, hey, Dr. Boyce, we want to put this person on a panel, or we'd like for this politician to come speak at your event. No, I don't want to hear all that. And I'm not going to be on stage, thanking Walmart for black liberation. That's not something I'm interested in doing. So it's like, you know what? I'll pass on that money. We'll get the money some other way. Same thing is also true when I was Michael Bloomberg gave hundreds of millions of dollars to a lot of HBCUs, and I was very concerned about that. I was happy because it's great. A lot of young black kids get to go to school and become doctors and lawyers and everything else. But also Bloomberg is a strategic person. He moves in a certain way. He's very, very political. So you don't even have to tell me. It doesn't have to be revealed to me that there are going to be certain expectations that come with this money. I know that if the guy who wrote you a $50 million check calls the president of that university, he can pretty much get whatever he wants, right? If he says, I think this person should be your commencement speaker, then that person's going to be the speaker. If he says, I need you to not bring these ideas in, or not do XYZ, or I heard Farrakhan was coming to your campus and I'm very concerned because he's anti-Semitic and whatever they want to say about him, right? So these sorts of things are very real, and it's very important to understand that when you get money from someone, I think it's really critical to kind of just figure out like what comes with this. And if you don't have that conversation, then you can have a lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstanding. So lack of repayment is very common. A lot of emotional tension is connected to loaning money to relatives, and also formal agreements can really help to kind of clear the process. Now, let me give you a few rules that you can apply when it comes to loaning money to relatives, so that if you decide to embrace a powernomic strategy and group economics within your family, you will have a pathway to kind of do it in a way that's not harmful to you or that minimizes the damage. Okay. And actually, before I do that, I want to remind everybody tonight we're doing a stock options training in the Prime program. If you're interested in options and you want to get an invitation, it's not free, but it's worth the investment. Feel free to text the word options to the number 87948, and you can join us in the Prime program. A lot of you are members of Prime, and you can feel free to say something in the chat about your experience, so others will know. But feel free to text the word options to the number 87948. All right, so so here are a few recommendations for how to kind of deal with loaning money to relatives. First of all, you have to have clarity. You have to have clarity. In financial theory, there's a whole set of thousands of research papers written about something that I've talked to you guys about before, called moral hazard. Moral hazard. And pretty much one way to define moral hazard is it pretty much says that once somebody has your money, they can pretty much kick you in the butt. Once somebody has the power that you've given to them, they can screw you if they want to. And so an example of moral hazard would be once this actually happened, where a lot of banks made money loan money to a lot of Central American governments. And once the governments had their money, they pretty much were like, well, screw you. Like, we'll pay you when we feel like paying you. Right. And so they had to negotiate, and they got just pennies on the dollar on all the money they loaned, because these people that had their money were pretty much laying out the terms. And a lot of you have gone through this. Have you ever had somebody where you loan money to, and they're really, really polite before they get your money, but what happens after they get your money? What happens? What happens a lot of times after they have your money and you're trying to get your money back? Well, suddenly the attitude has shifted, right? They're not as friendly as they used to be. They used to pick up the phone on the first ring when they were trying to get your money. It was like, sure, anything you need, cuz I'm gonna pay you back on Tuesday, and no, actually I'm gonna pay you Monday because I'm gonna get paid. And as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna walk the paycheck to your job. Where you working? What's the address again? Are you gonna be free at 3 o'clock? Like, it's real, like, serious and intense and accommodating before they get the money. But then after they get the money, what happens? They kind of slack off because you're generally, when you're loaning money to relatives, typically the people that are coming to you to borrow money, they're not your sturdiest relatives. They're not the ones who are typically on top of everything, because if they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't have trouble paying the rent this month, right? If they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't be behind in their finances every month. So they're already kind of, or before they ask you to co-sign for the loan because their credit's so bad, well, if they'd been on top of everything, they wouldn't have bad credit needing someone to co-sign for their loan. My father used to cuss about that. My father used to get really pissed off when people would ask him to co-sign for stuff, because he was like, "Why in the f?" I'm not going to cuss. I'm going to repeat what my dad said to me, but he said, "Why in the f would you think that I believe you're going to protect my credit when you didn't even protect your own credit score? You didn't even protect your own credit score. So I know you ain't gonna give a damn about mine." So you got to remember that sometimes those people, I'm not talking about people who need help every now and then. A lot of us need help. I've borrowed money before, so I'm not talking about you if you're the person that comes through for other people. That's that. Let's make that clear. But those people that sort of chronically have one disaster after another in their life haven't yet figured out that the number one variable in their life is the person in the mirror. I really feel sorry for people who have one problem after another, and every single time they somehow believe that it's always someone else's fault. That's kind of a hell to be trapped in, where your life is screwed up and you feel like you ain't got nothing to do with it. I got 4 kids and I ain't had nothing to do with it, but you did. You made the kids. Like, those are yours. You were there when the sex happened, right? Were you conscious and you were there, right? Nobody did anything inappropriate, right? So basically, generally speaking, the moral hazard issue, let's go back to that, pretty much says that once you let go of that money, you're letting go of power, because money is power. So same thing happens even in dating. You have a guy that's super nice to a lady in the beginning, because even the worst men can be very, very nice. Even the worst women can be super nice in the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then when they get whatever they want from you, sometimes the attitude changes. That's what moral hazard is. Well, the solution to moral hazard is something they call optimal contracting. And what optimal contracting means is, it means that you want to set everything up properly before the problems arise. Before you give away the power, you make sure that you put safeguards in place to ensure that they cannot screw you. That's why banks ask for collateral, right? That's why, if you're trying to get married or something and you're afraid of what might go wrong in a divorce, well, that's what prenups are for. My wife and I got a prenup, but it wasn't because I thought she was a crazy gold digger, and it wasn't because she thought I was going to take what she had. It's because she's like, I got what I got, you got what you got. Let's just go ahead and make an agreement now, so that we're not trying to figure it out when we're angry at each other in the event that we did choose to get a divorce, right? It's very hard to go back and make that contract with someone you hate. It's easier to make the deal with somebody that you love, right? So while the love is flowing, you go ahead and say, okay, well, you know what? Can we go ahead and just get something on paper? That way we can preserve our relationship and make sure everything's clear. So one of the rules of loaning money to relatives is you got to set clear terms. You got to be super clear about exactly who's going to do what, and what each party is going to do and by when. That's really important. Two, loaning, that a lot of people believe you should never loan more money than you can afford to lose. I don't care how bad the situation is. I don't care what promises are made or how sure you are you're going to get paid back. Loaning more money than you can afford to lose typically is a losing strategy. If you consider the fact that half of all the people who loan money to relatives don't get their money back, you're taking a huge financial risk by loaning money that you actually need. And that's just not a healthy thing to do in general. So generally, I've seen people where they understand, like, look, the relationship is more important than the money. I want to not hate you as my cousin, so I'm only going to loan you an amount of money that I can afford to give away. In fact, some people do it just in advance. They say, look, don't, it ain't a loan here. Just take this. Cause just, or sometimes what I might do is put a condition on it. I might say, here, I'm not going to loan you the whole 3,000 that you want, but I'll give you $400. And the agreement is that you cannot ask me for money again for 2 years or something, right? Or a year or whatever. And that would be my way of saying, okay, now when you come back to me and I tell you hell no, or I say, hey, don't forget what we agreed on, then we're not going to have a further conversation. I don't want to have. And I think that's okay, because here's the thing. I like being generous. I think being generous is more natural to the human spirit. I don't like being an asshole. I don't like being stingy. That's not fun. It's stressful. It's like, and think about this. You can ruin the relationship also by being the person who says no to everybody. There are lots of people out here. There are lots of people that are successful or maybe celebrities who cut off their whole family because they're like, I'm tired of people asking me for stuff and da da da. And that's not a healthy energy either. That's a sure, you're protecting you, you're taking care of you, ain't nothing wrong with that. But the world is bigger than just you. You're part of a group. You are part of a team. And I do believe that it's okay to conclude that the star of the team has an obligation to the team as well. Like Michael Jordan can't just say, "Well, screw everybody else. It's all about me." When he was trying to win championships with the Chicago Bulls, because he needed his teammates. Michael Jordan could not win championships by himself. He tried for 7 or 8 years, and he realized, "Dang, I need more." So he needed a Scottie Pippen. He needed somebody getting the rebounds. He needed a Dennis Rodman. He needed those other people in order to fill in that void, because he never would have won a championship if he tried to do it all by himself. So ultimately, I would say to you that finding the balance is probably the healthiest approach, as opposed to going to one extreme or the other. The extremes would be where you're loaning money to a bunch of people that are screwing you financially. The other extreme would be where you become such a traumatized miser that you completely cut off everybody and just say no to anybody, even the people that have really been there for you in ways that are far more important than money. Like, I'm never going to say no to my parents. I'm never going to say no to my siblings. I don't say no to my children unless it's like a matter of discipline, right? With kids, it's a little different. With kids, you got to kind of make sure they don't get too dependent on things. But balance is the key, and I think every decision can be made independently. And by putting optimal contracting in place and safeguards in place, you can make these investments knowing there's a reasonable amount of risk. I mean, there's no such thing generally. Well, there's rarely such a thing as a risk-free investment. There are technically investments that will be considered risk-free, but for the most part, most investing is gonna have some risk, and some of that risk you cannot eliminate, and so just sort of understanding that this risk is going to occur and these ups and downs can happen is also part of being a healthy human being. It doesn't mean you go through life where nothing bad ever happens to you. It's like, for example, if you never want to ever be in a car crash, then stay home for the rest of your life. Never get in a car. But that's not a healthy life. That's an extremist life, right? So what happens is maybe you get in the car and you drive safely, you put on your seatbelt, and you minimize the risk, but there's still risk out there, right? So in accepting that as a part of life. So also, a lot of experts believe you should discuss the consequences. Like, look, if you don't pay me back, I'm gonna let you know like what's gonna happen. My grandmother, rest her soul, she's right behind me, by the way. That's our Panther. Our Panther's name is Felicia in the Black Business School. My grandmother, her rule was straight up. It was real simple. It was like, if you don't pay back the money I loan you, then I will never loan you money again. And she had people in the family that would come to her to borrow money, and she would say, "You didn't pay me back in 1972, so don't ask me for nothing. Don't ask me for money ever again." And that was her rule. Whatever your rule is, pick a rule, stick to it. Also, a lot of people believe you could consider alternatives to loaning money. Money is not a final solution to every problem. Money may be part of the issue, but sometimes it's deeper than just the money. Maybe there's a way I can help you without necessarily giving you money. Or maybe I use that opportunity. So now that I've got your attention and you want money from me, I'm also going to give you some advice on certain things, or maybe some connections, or share some alternatives that may not involve me giving you a whole bunch of money. So you want to really look at the alternatives, because sometimes when you do get to the point where you have a little more money than the other people around you, it's very hard for a struggling person to hang out with a person who's not struggling and not see that they have resources that they can actually use. And I think it's really as you get more money, I think you have to be careful about sort of how you engage with other people. You just do. If money's not a thing to me and I take my buddy on a trip and we spend $20,000, but he can't raise $1,000 for the rent, that's going to create awkwardness when we get home and he says, "Hey, cuz, can you loan me money to pay the rent?" And he knows I got the money. I can't lie. I can't say, "Well, no, nah, man, I'm broke. I don't have the money." Well, he just saw you spend $20,000 going on the trip, right? But you want to spend money on the trip. You don't want to spend that money paying somebody's rent. So it just creates like a lot of strangeness and awkwardness. And what I've noticed is one thing that's inevitable is as people climb the economic ladder, it's difficult to keep all the same friends and all the same people around you that you had when you were broke. It doesn't mean you have to cut them off or be snooty about it, but it means you have to be thoughtful about sort of what that sort of looks like, right? So anyway, that's my thought on that. And I would encourage you to not just sort of think that your relatives are toxic and you can't support them in any way. I think that I know the powernomics principle is that we support each other. And maybe it's just a matter of having balance and containing it. So if you want to know what my rule is when it comes to helping family and stuff like that, I help a lot of people. Every year, I probably loan and give away more money than most people make in a 2 or 3 year period. Like to really, no, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that I have that's allocated to helping other people. Um, I don't regret it, but what I do is I draw boundaries. I draw boundaries because I have to protect me. And I have to be a little selfish because if I am this golden goose that's helping all these people, well, if the goose dies, then nobody gets helped anymore. So really by preserving me and my energy and protecting Boyce, I'm protecting other people at the same time. And my rule is I will never ever just love other people as more than I love me, more than I love myself. It doesn't mean I'm going to put myself above others. I don't do that. But at the same time, I matter too. You matter, right? And I think having those boundaries can really help because when you keep the boundaries, then you can show up appropriately when there are people that want to lean on you for whatever reason. So when relatives call me and stuff like that, if I don't have the energy to deal with whatever problem you're trying to dump on my desk, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not, but hey, when I got a little extra energy and a little space and I'm able to handle the capacity, then I'm all in. Right. So, and I love that. I really like doing that. I think that that's okay. It doesn't make you stupid or weak or a user. And I get advice all the time. Like, boy, you got to stop letting these people use you like that. And I'm like, no, I know so-and-so's using me, but it's okay. I want them to use me. And actually, me and Dr. Claude Anderson have that relationship too. It's very interesting. That's why we became so close. He's like a dad to me. I love this man, and I love him because he's very sturdy. He's very consistent. So, for example, there would be people that would say, well, Dr. Boyce is just using you, and he's doing this, and he's like, number one, Boyce has actually helped me in a lot of ways, and he said, number two, I want him to use me. He said because I use him, we use each other, we help each other. That's a powernomics principle, this idea that somehow somebody's always getting screwed and exploited and all that to some extent I think comes from us sort of having this victim mentality. It's like if I go to a record label, right? And the record label signs me to a deal. And let's say that we sign the contract and they agree to give me 10% of all the records that I sell. And so we sell $10 million worth of music and I make 1 million, they make 9 million. The simplistic way to look at it is to say, damn, they just used me, they exploited me. I only made 1 million and they made 9 million, and I'm the star. I'm the one that everybody comes to see. But that's not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is that remember they were investing $1 million in you before anybody knew who you were. So they had to take a risk. And if that $1 million investment had not worked out, I wouldn't have been paying them back. I wouldn't be giving them their money back. Right. And so they had to take a chance. They had to make an investment. They had to, so you could argue that I used them because without that record label that signed me, nobody knows who I am. I'm singing on the street corners because I don't have any distribution. I don't have any marketing. I don't have any promotion. I can't get on Ticketmaster by myself. I can't perform at Madison Square Garden by myself. So really, again, it's not to say that exploitation can't occur. It does occur. It occurs all the time, right? But it does mean that sometimes a lack of balance or very short-sighted, selfish thinking where I did this all by myself and I'm the only one who matters here can just cause people to say things that just don't make any damn sense. So I would encourage you form a good relationship with the world, a good economic relationship with the world where you matter and they matter and you all matter. Form it with the right people and that'll take you to the moon. I got some people that I work with on a regular basis where we don't get caught up in the minutia of who got the most out of the deal, or you made more money than me. We don't get into that. We're just like, hey, how can I help you? Let me figure out how I can support you. Because I know that you're going to come back and support me when I need it. And because you're part of my ecosystem, you're part of my team, and I need my team to be strong, I'm going to pour into you because I know that even if I don't get it back right now, eventually eventually it's going to circle back. Eventually what goes around is going to come around, and you're going to be there for me too. But that only works with the right people, because there are people out here that will take and give you nothing back at all. So that's where discernment really comes into play. So generally speaking, I would use my relationship with Dr. Claude Anderson as an example. There are many, many times where I have written very big checks. We just wrote another big check to help to buy more of their books, and so, and you hear me talk about Dr. Anderson all the time, and it's not just as a favor; it's because I believe in the man, I love the man, his legacy. Everybody needs to know Powernomics. Everybody needs to know about this man. Every black student, every HBCU that does not teach Powernomics should be embarrassed and ashamed that you're not celebrating the contributions of this man. You're putting mediocre white people ahead of one of the greatest black men in the history of this country. So I do that partly because that's just what I believe, but also it's a great interaction. It's a great relationship. He's helped me so many times. It's ridiculous. He's given me so much wisdom through the years. He's been there to be a part of what we're doing in the Black Business School. So find those people. Find the people that in your life that are gonna show up for you. Find the people in your life that understand. Like we're all a basketball team, and I don't want to have a team where my teammates are sitting on the sidelines watching me score all the points. Right. I want teammates that are gonna, die for the loose ball, that are gonna play defense, that are gonna box out for a rebound, right? Whatever you can do to help out. But that's a mindset, that's a mentality. Because Michael Jordan had that problem. Michael Jordan had a problem for a while where he was scoring 35 points a game and his teammates were standing around watching. And they had to teach them, like, no, you have value. You can still help out. If Michael's going to take the shot, then you can set a pick, or you can go and you can play defense or get the rebound, or you can do something. So everybody in the family team has a job, and the job is to help the team win. And you instill this mindset in them very young. And if you do that when they're young, then they won't grow up and be the 35-year-old who borrows money from a sibling and just forgets to pay it back and thinks that it's not going to affect anybody. They're not even That's not, that kind of mindset doesn't even cross their brain. Okay. So that's my 2 cents on this. I hope I didn't overtalk it. I hope I didn't uh lay it out in a way that sounds awkward or weird, but it's me just sort of laying it out as honestly as I can see it. And I wish you the best. And I encourage you to drill into that multi-million-dollar asset called your family, build on that, pour into that, invest in that. That's the best investment you'll ever make. It's more valuable than any investment you'll ever make on the stock market or anywhere else. All right. So have a good day, everybody. I'm gonna get on out of here. Really quickly, if you want to get a copy of my book or any of our financial flashcards for kids or anything like that, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth Mastery store, drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you some other information through to via text. To get on the text list, you can text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us in Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning. And actually, I think today's Thursday. I gotta check, but I think we might have Dr. Cornell West coming in sometime. I gotta check. I think it might be Friday, but I could be wrong. So anyway, we are talking. I'm hoping I can get him in here because I like Dr. West. That's a good guy. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Where this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much is they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but
Well, I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over? And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. They would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting though, because when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife, and now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building, and what I want to do. Um, is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that yeah, that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's not really money being given away. What it is he described it as a type of money laundering, and I was like, huh, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this: so you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do you do? With most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important. Why every child on Earth, every child in our community, anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it. Process it like this. If I go, let's look at it. Let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small, struggling school that doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, "Wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much." But what if I didn't say, uh, I got a cousin that's a teacher, and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty. Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay, and then I say, um, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, for my family, like that would. Okay. And then let's say, it could go into other things like, well, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school, because our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want, right? And now, mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning we say we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties, because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, Okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions. Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. They can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they washed their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check. They're saying this to Trump, the Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're going to write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk, it says, I'm going to give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about APAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what APAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da da da. You know what they did? They found another black person in that area to run for office. APAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub, so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. Politicians say, I don't even think. To me, it's like that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that, but it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they're like, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I could use your follows. All right, so here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right, so here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because this, y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work.
Okay, well, first off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one, and that this was again. Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video and 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think, in fact, I think that's better and it's actually safer because I don't think other people should be educating us, because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never, ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to what, especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found a document in 1922 where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community, and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about two things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that, and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all this stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are, and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called The Economics of Self-Defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally, I said, I get it. Black people want to be free, and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number two, he says, during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy. And during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm going to go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this, get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan.
I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you. Because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're black. Because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort. That's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and say, no, this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me, this is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. You're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road, if I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps, right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day I get up each day, and I talk to you every day about economics every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009, and now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step, because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special, but one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women that I know, wealthy black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's going to try to take it. Either the enemy's going to seize it, or the thieves are going to try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're going to go get it, and after we get it, we're going to defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that videos, he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that?
Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like that's all you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie Coming to America when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous and he says, "So what do you do?" And she says, "I spent my whole life being trained to serve you." So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, "Well, I've lost my sense of purpose." Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, okay, do you want, when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins? He said, I want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you got it. And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, I've never had a job in my life. I said, you've never had a job. Tell me what have you done your whole life? He said, well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money. And I said, really? I said, where'd that come from? He said, well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where they, and basically saying, uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all I'm gonna you can hear me. Okay, yeah, I'm in a hotel and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me you know what? I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, my father used to work in the steel. That's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US where you got to go pay a worker a living wage and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was, this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men.
That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink, and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world, right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know, like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm gonna find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm gonna find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, oh, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Except your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. Well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I'm a diligent worker and I like to set goals and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard and you're going to all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the company. All you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really. So I would just encourage you, with kids. I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole like raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, like you're really crying on your way to your dream job. Like, you used to dream about this job back you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also some of you are asking for this link, the link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $299 for lifetime access, but the first 100 people can actually get it for $99. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And also, I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan. And it's just terrible because you're throwing all that money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, let me
There we go. So if you are in the chat, you should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right, so let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'm going to go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you could pick up from this. Here we go.
And strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talked about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that is that's important to understand from a powernomic standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. But I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class. That's what I grab. But if anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number 2, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of 3 really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that. And they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted. And then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press. We're going to call your wife. We're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're gonna lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose, or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, he talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's 5 of you. All 5 of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says we have 5 sons. And he says at the end, he says there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself. So you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine. But children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. Not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little, and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? Anybody remember a family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were going to get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all going to show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there. There was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons. You will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. He also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, the police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is the economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man, or you're supposed to be the woman, you're supposed to be the boss, you're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time. And I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture. But this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate, because when I approach other aggressive Black males with collaborative energy, sometimes, not all of them, I mean, a lot of them get it, a lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like threatening, like it doesn't, like they've never seen that before. Like, either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but
we can win together. Like, what's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset, to be honest with you. I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture. And that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy. And synergy is where 2 plus 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 plus 2 is 7. Synergy is where we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger. And then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic. And I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. Right? It's cultural, and it's something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself, and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning, and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. And Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph, and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they had the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all 6 of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate, right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago? I told you I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7. But his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's some, he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that the gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. You understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever they're teaching in school. Because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right, so somebody says, my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm gonna switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So and then we'll do the last point. Then we're going to get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right, hold on.
Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University cannot hire me to stop doing what I do every day, because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture, because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning, when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started, and this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way, and then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing the Rothschild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars, and in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said pay attention to the war, and whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about.
In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't going to fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so again, so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's like, almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said, I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. Money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think that there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you, and I applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access
process is yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow.